Okay, so this one was clear from the patch notes that they were readjusting the pick and ban order, which is kind of interesting because before it was equal, right? Both teams ban two. First pick picks a hero. The second pick team picks two heroes. The first pick picks another hero. Then the first pick team will use their three bans to protect that hero that they last picked in that first phase. And the second pick team will generally ban out like supports because the first pick team because the second pick team usually picks supports in the first phase. The first pick team usually doesn't pick quite as many. Let my dog escape. So now it's asymmetrical. If you are first pick, you get 3 bans at the start of the game. And if you're a second pick, you get 4 bans. Now, the first thing that I would say about this that's kind of interesting is that back in the day, a long time ago, like in Dota 1 days, what originally started out for bans is that both teams would ban 5 heroes at the start of the game, and then they would take turns picking. And there was no more ban phases. Eventually, bans got included like partway through the drafts, and lately it's just been, there haven't been that many bans in the first phase. So usually some broken heroes kind of get through. So the fact that there's going to be 7 bans before the first pick happens means that way more broken heroes are going to get banned, and it might be a little bit less roulette of like, all right, which broken hero is going to get through this game? Because usually there's a couple. It kind of depends on the patch, of course. The most annoying heroes will get nerfed down, and they won't necessarily be first pick or ban territory. But at early stages of a patch, having more bans is probably better, I would argue. Unless you really want to see those heroes played. And frankly, the last like 2 years or so, I don't know, I'm kind of over it a little bit. Get that brood out of here, you know, stuff like that. So if you're a first pick, you get less bans. If you're a second pick, you get more bans at the start. First pick picks. Oh, well, this is the ban order. Ban, 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 ban. So the last ban is from first pick, which means basically, this is kind of good actually for first pick, because they get the last. This is kind of hard to see, I guess. We're not really very zoomed in here. This text is like smaller on this page instead of it being like a different page, but oh, sick, I can expand it. Is that just plus and minus? Anyways, it's bigger. So if you are first pick, at this point, they don't necessarily know who you're going to pick yet, but you could basically ban a counter immediately before picking it, which is very good. With that said, the second pick team can then pick a counter to your counter if it still exists. And then you ban again. So the first pick team will then ban 2 more counters potentially to this hero, or they'll ban combos with this. This is really interesting actually because for a really long time, you could always pick at least like 2 heroes together. So if you had a really good 2-hero pairing, you could always snag those. And this was like a common draft thing to do, is that in your first 2, you'd pick like a dual lane. So you'd pick like an off laner with a support that lanes really well with them, so that you know that no matter what else happens in your draft, this lane is basically just really good. So a good example is Mars plus Snapfire. You'd have 2 stuns, you'd have like 4 nukes, you'd have good potential to kill, they would combo effectively together. It was just a really safe opening. And one of those 2 picks usually was a flex pick. Snapfire is a good example of that, because Snapfire right now could be played in the mid lane with our high base damage from Universal, and because their skills are just good. So you want to pick a flex pick usually early. That way your opponents don't necessarily always know exactly where your heroes are going to go. But realistically, it's maybe more likely that it would have been Marcy's Snapfire. Or sorry, not Marcy's Snapfire. Mars Snapfire in the past. So the fact that you only get 1 pick before additional bans is kind of interesting, because this means pros now are picking just 1 hero. This could be boring potentially in that they both pick like flexible flex picks here that are kind of just good at everything. But it also, I don't know, I'm interested to see what happens. But my assumption is they're just going to pick like generic heroes here, or they'll pick a hero and then ban to cover them really well, because really you just have a bunch of bans at this phase. I mean, this is like a shitload of bans right at the start, right? It's like almost all the bans are gone, and there's only been 2 picks, which is really interesting. So basically, you see no heroes. Basically, you're not able to like ban to protect your draft as much. You have to like forethink it, kind of. So this might mean that this leads to more like cool strategies, basically. I don't know if it's going to mean more restrictive strategies or not, but it's kind of interesting. Maybe the bans are in a bad place. Maybe they'll fix it. I just like that it's asymmetrical, because it adds advantage to one of the 2 sides. I don't know which one is better yet. in the past, second pick was generally better for a long time because you'd get last overall pick, which you do still here, second pick. But so that means you could like get a mid matchup that was really advantageous to you, for example, or a carry matchup that was really advantageous for you. And sometimes first pick was better depending on if they're like really broken heroes or something. But yeah, I'll be interested to see how this works out. And then after that ban phase, second pick will pick their second hero. First pick will pick second and third hero. And then at that point, basically second pick gets to pick their third and fourth hero, seeing 3 of the enemy picks, which is pretty advantageous. They get to do 1 more pick in first pick and then ban to protect that pick if they want to. And then finally they have to pick out of the last phase and then get counterpicked. So kind of interesting. And then there's less time per ban during the first phase bans. And that is because there are so many bans that they need to decrease the time. Otherwise the draft would be longer, and that's not really good for esports. Because the draft is like, it's a little bit long broadcast-wise. You feel like this means no more weird off-meta heroes because banning out protect them will be really telegraphed? Maybe. But the problem is that like you don't necessarily want to... Like most of the time what would happen with those heroes though, you would see them, but I don't necessarily agree. Because like if you're going to pick some off-meta hero, let's say you're going to pick some like anti-mage that's countered by Meepo or something. You don't necessarily ban Meepo in this first phase. You pick like Meepo here on second pick, or maybe in first pick if you don't think they'll pick it, and then you ban it here. So you can still protect it. If anyways, it's better now, because what would happen before is you'd play first pick. Here you'd be first pick. You both ban. You'd pick some generic hero. Your opponent would pick 2 heroes. Like this would be like a Rubik or a support or something, and then here you pick the AM. And then here you go, haha, Meepo's banned. Haha, PA's banned. And then some other AM counter gets banned. So you actually got 3 bans to protect this one pick, which was kind of a lot. So that's 3 bans usually covers a hero. Now, if you pick it like here or here, if your first pick, you get to ban it twice. If your second pick, you only get 1 ban. So like you actually, if anything, it lets meta heroes through better. Unless you happen to push all of the bans to protect the hero up here. I think it's actually better for meta picks. There's less, it's better for cheese picks. Like this is just straight up better for cheese picks because you can't protect the picks that you've had as much with bans. So I think that's going to create maybe an interesting phase. I mean, it might make too much cheese in the game, but it probably will add more. I mean, it could be a rough second phase. I don't know. Maybe this is going to make Dota better. Maybe there'll be more variety this way. Maybe cheese picks will be more valuable. Or maybe we'll see too many of the same heroes. I don't really know. Maybe like flexibility will become even more valuable. Like flex picks are probably even better now because with this lack of protection, you're going to be more likely to need to like swap lanes to like make things good. But yeah, please don't spoil. Don't do this. Go away. Please. Like just don't spoil. We're going to get through it, guys. Open Learn tab. Is it there? Thank you, Yoan. Oh, this is much better. All right. Good to go. Does this get bigger? Nope. All right. Alternative cast abilities. Updated the UI for many abilities that were using autocast to enable different behaviors. They can be toggled the same way. Default to all plus keybind. Yep. They now have a unique icon for the different casting modes. This is kind of like ability draft, basically, where some ultimates would be like Torrent Storm, for example, would be under Torrent. You'd have to alt toggle it because in ability draft, otherwise you'd be restricted to how many abilities you could have because usually you only get 2 sub abilities. But in ability draft, you could potentially have like 4. So maybe they're adding it to the regular game, holding the control, which would allow heroes to have, you know, more flexibility. You could add new abilities if you wanted to with talents or something. Holding control key will allow you to cast a non-selective version of the ability without having to toggle. Oh, that's really cool. I like that. That's easier than having to do like alt shift or something. Did I mess up the... Oh, you're right, I did. I was way off. 7.34. Thank you for the message Sandrolin. I don't know why I thought 6.84. Oops. So, following abilities have updated to use alternative casting. Darkseer's Surge. Okay, so you can choose not to use it if you want. Doom's Devour. Echo Stomp. These are just all the... I'm surprised that maybe they changed Darkseer Surge or something, because I don't know why you'd want that one to be alternate, but a lot of these make sense, right? They probably changed Sleep. Boundless Strike makes sense. It would like jump you to the front. You don't always want to do that. This is different. Yeah, there's some changes here for sure. Added a new stat, Slow Resistance. Reduces the impact of slows on your hero by percentage. So this is kind of interesting. In the past, the only slow resistance was basically the Tranquil Boot upgrade with Drum. That would make you max speed, or you'd have to have a Haste Rune, or you'd have to have like Lycan Ulti or something like that, or Surge. There was a couple, or you'd have to buy like a Blink Dagger or something like that. But no, I think this is fine. Against the right heroes, it can be really effective. Could definitely impact how effective slows are, but yeah, I'm curious about this. Status resistance no longer affects the impact of slows. Yeah, in the past, status resistance would lower the duration that slows would affect you, but it didn't mean... But you were still slowed a lot for the duration. About half of existing slows in the game had both duration and impact reduced by status resistance, but now it affects only the duration of slows. Okay, so this is actually like cleanup. So in the past, it would make the slows less effective, and it reduced the duration. For some of them, about half of the slows. The other half, it only affected the duration. So that was inconsistent. Now it only affects the duration of slows. I would be very curious to see this list, because it could make a big impact. Like, for example, if Ignite from Ogre had the slow amount or reduced by status resistance, it's now just straight up going to be better. Because the slow amount. Because now the slow is just going to be better. Any heroes that naturally buy like SNY or Sange or Halberd type stuff are going to really... They're going to really feel the difference. Even against like Scotties and things like that, actually. I don't know if Scotty was affected. Kind of interesting. Scan 2 charges. I like this a lot. I think this is nice. I forget to scan a lot. Using it like just once in a while is kind of a bummer. And by once in a while, I mean I use it once every like 10, 15 games. But pros, they do use this often. So adding more charges, I think, is good. I'm into that. Makes Telescope a little better too. Killing Roshan no longer grants control of any watchers on the map. That's probably fine. It was cool before, but it was kind of spooky, I gotta say. You'd be like, oh, they took Roshan, that sucks. And you go to like jungle somewhere and you walk by a watcher and you're like, oh fuck, they are looking for kills right now. They could kill me for sure. Main jungle watchers for both Radiant and Dire have been moved to different locations. Okay, adjust the position of the triangle watchers. That's the one in the triangles. Move both outposts from the main jungle to the triangles. Okay. Outposts are the place you can teleport to that get taken eventually if you lose your tier 2s. So putting them on the other side of the map, I think, makes the game a little bit more balanced in terms of contesting Roshan. Assuming you still have a tier 2 jungle. Because right now, both outposts are basically on the same side of the map, which is kind of goofy, right? So if you want to go... And it also, you know what it does is it makes the game too one-dimensional when you're contesting Roshan. Because if let's say I'm on Radiant side and they're Roshing on the Dire side, I have to TP to my outposts, and then I have to walk through the gate. That's like basically the only way to get there fast. And I could teleport to either outpost and be there at, you know, not exactly the same time, but like roughly the same time. But if my outpost is now in my tri-camp, I could also choose to TP to the outpost in the tri-lane and then walk there. So it should mean that contesting is a little bit easier. But of course, if they take my tier 2 tower and they take the outpost away, then it's less viable. So sounds fine. I'm into it. Mighty Mines buff in the mines area increased from 4 HP per second to 7. 7 is a lot. That's pretty cool. This is like one thing that changes like Radiant or Dire, frankly. And some pros do care about this. It mattered a lot more when Roche was asymmetrical, basically. Actually, when Roche was in like the river area to the northwest, teams always wanted to pick Roche Vision on Dire's side. They needed some way to check if the enemy team was Roshan, whether that was Clockwork Rockets or something like that. That was really important to them because as Dire, based on the way the map plays, it was easier. If they ever played like the bottom side of the map, it was easy for Radiant to go for Roche, pretty much. So having vision would help them contest it if needed. That's one example. Now it's a little bit different, of course, but a good example is like, another good example, people like to play Deuce on Dire side on the old map because the camps were generally closer, so it's easier to attack like 2 camps at the same time. And I think that was still the case in the update, but it's not quite as extreme. So now, Mighty Minds is the north side of the map. Playing Dire, if you play some carry that doesn't necessarily get a lot of HP regen, Dire is just better for the hero. So I would say Spectre, for example, is really going to like playing Dire side over Radiant, because 7 HP per second is a shitload, and if you leave your lane to go jungle, I think a hero like Spectre, who doesn't necessarily fit a regen item into your item build, is going to be really into that. So I'm very down if I'm playing some hero that doesn't necessarily buy regen, because I would like to farm the Mighty Minds buff. On the other side of the map, it's mana regen, which basically all heroes like, but and you could argue Spectre does too, but I think regen is just better for Spectre. So you could definitely play some like strength-ish carries with Blade Mill, and then just jungle. I feel like that would help a lot, because if you're just spending like 20 to 40 seconds, you know, that's a couple hundred HP, so that's cool. Mighty Minds and emojis. How does that even? Who knows? Added UI to support self-restoring item charges. I don't know what that means. Oh well. Blood grenade cost decrease. Oh, it's cost. I thought it was damage for some reason. So they're cheaper. They're now 50 gold. The max inventory stacks decrease, so you can't stack 3 of them anymore. And the initial stock decreased down to 2. And the restock time increased by a lot. So they're basically saying blood grenades, get the hell out of here. They're cheaper, but you can't abuse them as much. So it's going to mean a little bit less kills in the laning stage. But the fact that they're cheaper is pretty cool. But yeah, it won't be like every single time there's a fight you see a blood grenade come out. Refresher Shard now provides 20 damage, 6 mana regen, and 12 health regen. Wow, that's cool. So this is the shard you get from Roshan. It basically gives the same stats that Refresher Orb does. And you can actually just hold the thing if you want to. So this is another buff to the item for heroes that don't like using Refresher, pretty much. Which happens sometimes. I mean, Dire side, you get Refresher Shard, you don't get the Ags. And I feel like Dire Roshans are sometimes more common. And if you don't really use, if you're not an Enigma or something, Refresher Shard kind of sucks. So if you could just slap that baby in there and be like, get a Mega Cornucopia, I think that's pretty cool. It's not like the most incredible stats ever, but I think this is nice. Just there to be used. And keeps your mana more full. That's kind of cool. Smoke of Deceit disguise duration increased by 10 seconds. When the caster is still disguised, any allies that come within 300 range of them will also get the buff. Very cool. So you guys are giving each other COVID, I understand. Each smoke can only be applied once to allies and cannot be reapplied if smoke is broken. This is great because, you know, everyone's experienced those times where you smoke and somebody's not in the AoE and you're like, well, that sucks. I guess they just come with or don't come with. And there's also the times you press smoke and somebody accidentally attacks a neutral creep. Thank you for the 5 subs. Hot Spice X. I appreciate it. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. I think this is a great quality of life change that will just straight up be good. You could also do stuff like I could smoke to run mid. And then once I get there, my mid player can back off the wave, touch me, also get high, and then we run to another lane. Because it's lasting 45 seconds. Like you can basically waste so much time now. You can genuinely just use this to run across the map all the time. You could also do some stuff where like somebody smokes, is in the area. You could like disjoint projectiles basically, where like someone gets shot at by a bunch of stuff, they blink away, touch Smoke of Deceit, go invis, dodge some stuff. It's possible. Okay, no, don't slow mo. Don't do that. Yeah, I think this is good. It's mostly quality of life though, and the extra 10 seconds is also good in case you smoke around the map and the place you're looking for, they just aren't there. If you gank mid and walk by your teammate, they'll disappear and tip off the enemy. That's true, I guess, but like most of the time you're about 1,000 units away. Like I don't think that's a huge deal. Like yes, if you're running past your teammate to get to your opponent, it's bad, but you shouldn't really be approaching from that angle anyways. Typically, it's generally bad. But you're right that there's like stuff where like if your ally, if your guy's on the cliff, you can't walk by him to be in the middle of the river waiting for the guy to come. But most of the time you want to attack from the side anyways. You don't necessarily want to walk by your ally, but I get your point. Tango consuming profits sprout. Trees no longer grants healing. Bummer, I used that like 2 days ago. Arcane Blink now restores health and mana when used. I think that's fine. I bought it one game on Puck and it felt good, but I don't know if I've seen anybody else buy it. But health and mana is kind of cool. Armlet, Unholy Strength now additionally grants slow resistance. Cool. Very cool. So you are now less slowed. So this is just straight up a buff to melee heroes, I would argue. Melee heroes need to, like slow is stronger against melee heroes because you need to gap close to do damage. If you are slowed, you're effectively stunned because you're not hitting. If you're ranged, it's not as impactful. It's more like you can still attack everybody more or less, but you can't necessarily run away if you need to. So slow resistance for armlet heroes I think is a really good idea. It makes sense. And puts it in an item that's not quite used as much. But yeah, very good for your Lifestealer type heroes. CK, not as big of a deal, but definitely like Lifestealer, Wraith King are really into this for sure. This is a really nice a buff to them, genuinely. Less slow affects those heroes now. Battle Fury damage bonus up by 5. Quell bonus damage against non-hero units is reduced. So it does a little bit less damage. Well, actually, you know, if you're a ranged hero, it does 4 more damage now. Buff to ranged Battle Furies. If you're a melee hero, it does exactly the same. But it does do 5 more damage to heroes. So it's a slightly better anti-hero item. And that's basically because Battle Fury just isn't that good right now. There are some heroes that buy it. Anti-Mage still buys it, for example. Ursa generally still buys it, but those heroes are not very good. Generally, people say Battle Fury is bad. Why does Quelling Blade even exist? I mean, it's a cheap way to it is like Stout Shield. You're right in that comparison that it does help melee heroes versus ranged. But yeah, that's basically what it does. It allows you to have more competitive damage. Like they're not going to remove Quelling. There's like no way. There's like no way they're going to remove Quelling. You need an item that can cut trees. Period. Like trees are way too essential to the game, and being able to cut them is really important. So Quelling's never going to be removed. So it existing as like a damage increase against creeps, I think is fine. It's like a good way to make it decent early. But yeah, like Aerosaur said, Cornucopia buildup compared to the Ring of Health is why Battle Fury sucks. You need 1,200 gold to get the Cornucopia. It takes a long time to do this, and sometimes delays you too much before you get the regen, and that means your lane sustain isn't quite healthy enough. Crystallis, recipe cost decreased by 50, total cost decreased by 50, so a little cheaper there. And that's going to affect a bunch of different items by a little bit. Daedalus, Silver Edge. Actually, Silver Edge went up by 50. Something else got increased in cost in Silver Edge. Desolator, Soul Stealer, maximum damage bonus up to 30, so that's big for Deso. It means it can be an 80 damage item. That lowers armor by 6, so great for Deso and Deso heroes. That's so much damage. Inhibit no longer roots creeps, instead applies a normal slow. That's fine. I didn't know it rooted creeps. Thank you for the 70-month W Schneck. I appreciate it. Thank you. Disperser Suppress now affects all units in a 350 AoE on the target. Ooh, okay. That's cool. And no longer roots creeps, instead applies normal slow. So Suppress would be it's basically like diffusal slow. It's not called the same thing. Inhibit versus suppress. So it's an AoE slow for 4 seconds, and allies get a basic dispel, increase their movement speed, and are unslowable for 4. I mean, this is great. This makes Disperser way better because now it's not just a offensive versus defensive item. It's going to hit both. You know, you're going to basically, if you're like a Ricky and you blink strike in on an enemy, or if you're in melee range, you're going to cast Disperser. It's going to slow them for 4 seconds, and it's going to give you a basic dispel, increase your movement speed, and make you unslowable for 4 seconds. So that's very strong. Both movement speed reduction and the increase start at 100%, gradually decrease to 0. Isn't that the same as diffusal? I don't know if it's exactly the same, but you can cast it on Naga and your entire illusion pack will be fast and fierce. Yeah, that's a great point. It's very good for illusions. Definitely very good for illusions who buy the item anyways. So we have ads starting in about a minute. Just FYI. I can either run 3-minute ads every hour, or they can auto run for like 90 seconds every 15 minutes. I don't know what's better. Hand of Midas Transmute now has 2 charges. Initially comes with 1 charge, and the charge restore time is 100. So that's what that meant earlier. So basically, the charge restore time is 100. So isn't that delayed? It used to be like 90. Basically, what this means is that Hand of Midas is better if you're dead or playing badly. Yeah. It's not that bad. All right, we're going to run ads. Be right back. Yes, this is a good time to question or answer non-Dota questions. I have been in a canoe before. I've been canoeing a bunch of times. Midas better versus Chen now. That's true. Not that like killing Chen creeps are really like the biggest, most important thing, but I think actually the best thing about this. Actually, I have something smart to say. I'll wait 2 minutes. Gotta wait 2 minutes. This is a great time to go spend my shards. Almost got all heroes at 10. One more. So that's 5, 10, 15 more heroes. And then I've got everyone at 10. I am running ads. I press the ad button. Just not everybody's going to see the ads because not everybody lives in a place where ads are available to be ran. Does Ex Machina refresh both Midas charges? I don't know. Probably not. That would be way too busted. It's pretty sick though, actually. Good point. When do you get your ban list shards back? I don't know. You spent them wrong. What's my personal wish list for this patch? I don't know. I'm not really sure. I just like hero mix-ups basically. So I like to see what heroes are changed. I like heroes being changed. That's about it. I'm pretty happy with the game. Maybe like some changes to some heroes that I like Dazzle or something. That is a lot of points. What do you do? Keep safe. I don't know, man. It's a lot of fucking points though. I am not much for rewards and challenges, unfortunately. Do you mean channel reward points? Channel points, or do you mean in-game shards? I think you mean channel points, I'm pretty sure. I have not tried Baldur's Gate, no. Okay, ads are about done. 14 seconds left. So, in my opinion, the way that you should now use Hand of Midas is you should use it only on large creeps. So before, every second that your Midas is not being used is you wasting gold. You're just straight up wasting gold. But now, the only time you're wasting gold is if your transmute charges are at 2. So, because you get extra experience based on the guy that you Hand of Midas, you should always save Hand of Midas for a large experience creep. And that should be a large creep. So you should just save it for large creeps always. Also useful for neutral items. That's a great point. Also good for neutral items. You could potentially, if it's like 16 minutes in the game, you could wait an extra minute until it's 17 minutes so that you can guarantee get a new neutral item right away. So definitely save it for large creeps. it will accelerate you faster. If you are close to a timing, like let's say I'm about to hit level 10 and I know I'm going to fight, then it's better just to use it to get to there, right? But over the long term, it's better to save it for large creeps exclusively. Like I wouldn't walk to a medium camp and be like, oh, it's just an alpha wolf, there's no centaur here, and then use it on the alpha. You should instead save it and go later. Again, unless you're about to buy something. You know, the gold is something to keep in mind too for timings, but so yeah, it should be about accelerating the experience. Harpoon, draw forth, now has a 50 mana cost. That's fine. Heaven's Halberd, disarm no longer pierces debuff immunity if applied beforehand. This is definitely a nerf to the item. The item was so good. You just disarm range trios for like 5 seconds, and if you pressed it on time, they could BKB and they wouldn't be able to be removed. But frankly, it was kind of broken against those heroes, so like it's probably fine to remove it. Helm of the Overlord, dominate now increases neutral creep abilities levels by 1, so it'll make your neutrals a little bit stronger, a little buff to that. Holy Locket, refreshing the item now restores full charges of energy charge. Refreshing the item. So if you refresh Holy Locket, like with a refresher orb or shard, you get 20 charges. So let's go back up and read about the Midas. Was it here? Holy Locket Tinker. That's true. That's true. I'm not sure what happens for Midas, but anyways. Transfer spell block from multiple sources now refreshes the buff instead of applying multiple instances and blocking. So basically they watched that game at Riyadh Masters where there was like 4 or 5 Lincoln Spheres on 23 Savage, and they were like, this shit's gotta go. It's like way too hard to kill one guy. It basically means that all the players that want to Lincolns him have to be within cast range. They can't just all put a Lincolns on him and he goes into fight with like 4 spell blocks on him, which is probably fair. Like, if they want to, like, all spam Lincoln Sphere on the guy when they're going on him, I think that's a fair way, assuming that they get removed. But, yeah, I think this is fine. I saw this one. This one was, someone pointed this out. I saw some screenshots of this. Chain Lightning now deals bonus damage to illusions. This is 50% extra damage. Mjolnir does the same, and I believe Radiance also does more damage to illusions. So, this is a nerf to illusions that is coming. This is probably fair because illusions are kind of obnoxious, and they're kind of dominant in how they affect the game. There's a lot of like agility illusions that are just like way too strong. Like unless you have the right heroes to kill them, you just can't fucking kill them is kind of the problem. You need a Dagon, or you need Mana Drain, or you need some other like really good counter like that, or you need a hero with a lot of physical damage or single target magic damage, or percentage based magic damage. Otherwise illusions just don't die. It's a little bit specific, so an item allowing you to do that better I think is totally fine. Monkey King Bar a little bit cheaper. Nullifier no longer purges debuff immune targets. I think that is fair. Basically, if you are BKB, then you cannot be dispelled, I believe is the case. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But that was kind of my problem with Nullifier. I thought about this a little bit ago because somebody asked me, what would you change? And I do kind of feel like Nullifier is kind of too good against everything. I get the need for it because there's a lot of like obnoxious items that make it really hard for carries to kill supports because they have their Aeon Discs and their Force Staffs and all that crap. But now there's a Nullifier solution. You can just buy a BKB. So I think this is really important for a couple of heroes. Necrophos is the most obvious. Necrophos is just like kind of screwed against Nullifiers. There's really nothing you could do. You just would get nullified. Your second skill just wouldn't work. You couldn't get a burst heal and it was just annoying. But at least now with BKB, you can be like, hey, I can make sure this shit doesn't affect me for this little window, and that could be the time that I use my BKB. And forcing them to have BKB to offset this, I think, is good. It's for some of those, for supports and some of those weird heroes like Necro, this change is good. Against heroes like Ursa or Bloodseeker or something, this is kind of annoying, I guess, because Nullifier doesn't counter them as well. But probably for the best. I just feel like Nullifier was a little bit too good, generally. Overwhelming Blink, damage on impact, is now just less. It does 100% less of your strength damage as a nuke, and oh, never mind. So this is the nerf to Tinker, basically, and other overwhelming blink heroes. But basically, over the 6 seconds that the blink affects them, and it does affect you for 6 seconds, they will take 100. They'll take the strength as damage. So this is kind of bad, but it's also good. If you are trying to stop blink daggers, it's excellent because it's going to delay a blink dagger for 9 seconds instead of just 3. So you blink in, it does damage. Normally 3 seconds later they can blink, but now it's going to do that damage over 6 seconds, which means if they don't barrier themselves, that it's going to stop a blink dagger for 9 seconds, which is pretty cool. But it is a little bit worse for burst damage, but the fact that it's the same damage is not the worst. But generally burst damage is king. But it's not all bad. I would say this is like 80% of it a nerf, but 20% good. So it will be fine. The item will survive. Here's the Radiance Burn against Illusions. So that means against Illusions it's doing 90 damage per second, which is kind of a lot because keep in mind Illusions take more damage than heroes do. They usually take like 300 to 600% more damage. So that 90 now will be like almost 300 damage. 300 to like, it's like 270 to like 600 damage. Instead before it would be like 180 to like 500 damage or something. So this could make a big difference, the Radiance Burn, especially the timing. It'll matter for sure. Revenant's Brooch, the item that nobody buys. It no longer grants Phantom's Province. Is that the active? Oh, okay. It used to give you attack speed. I never bought this item my whole life. It now applies a minus 20% magic resistance debuff to enemies on attack the last 3 seconds. It's applied before the damage is dealt, so this is really good. And it no longer deals no damage to debuff immune targets, but reduction by magic resistance still applies. So unlike Muerta's ulti, this did no damage to debuff immune targets, so it was just straight up a worse version of Muerta. But it applying 20% magic resistance debuff is a really big deal. This means that when you use Revenant's Brooch, not only are you doing magic damage and getting True Strike, you are dealing 20% more damage. So this is a 20% raw damage buff to the people you're attacking. If they are BKB'd, they're still going to take 50% less damage. But having this is still pretty solid in terms of a damage increase. It's expensive. The raw stats are not very good. Does it not give you attack speed anymore? So that's kind of weird. I don't know if I like that. I thought, because Witchblade gives you attack speed. It's like a really important part of the item. But the fact that this doesn't give you base attack speed anymore means that once you upgrade to it, you just lose attack speed, which is kind of dumb. I'm not sure if I like that. I think the active is great. Lowering their magic resistance by 20% is awesome. This is a Witchblade plus a big int item and a recipe is how you build it. So I don't know, it's weird. And it does do, the passive Witchblade does 1 times of your intelligence instead of 0.75, so it makes the trigger, the poison trigger really powerful too. But yeah, maybe you're right that Witchblade doesn't give attack speed anymore. Then you might be right on that. That could be why. But if that's the case, a little surprising. Rod of Atos, the item that all Universal heroes love. Oh, I see those stats. They don't love that anymore. Recipe change now requires Staff of Wizardry. This was like the best stat item in the game for the amount of stats you got for the cost, and it gave you a lot of damage to all Universal heroes. So almost all Universal heroes were buying the Rod of Atos for that reason. So Staff of Wizardry, that's 10 int. It's a Vit booster and a recipe. So it gives you mana. It gives you damage if you're an int hero. It gives you a little damage if you're a Universal hero, but it's not good anymore. And it gives you HP. No longer provides strength and agility bonuses. Int is decreased to 15. Now provides health. So I would argue this item is better. I mean, is it cheaper? Oh yeah, it's way cheaper. This item is just straight up better on. Basically, if you want a root, this item's just straight up better. It's just straight up better. The build-up is not as good. Like, crowns were pretty sick. And obviously, on Universal Heroes, they were broken. So I think changing this item was necessary. Because they either had to, like, nerf Universal Heroes, or they have to deal with the problem item. Like, basically, you'd go mid as Snapfire. You would build 2 crowns, and you'd have +8 to all stats, and that would give you, like, just a shitload of damage. It's like 16, 24... Doing some quick math here. 24 times 0.7. So 2 crowns, 900 gold, would give you 16.8 damage. And it would give you 8 strength, and 8 agility, and 8 int, which are just great stats. So way too good to start the game out. Like 2 quick crowns and have 16.8 damage. If in the past, if you'd buy like 2 Wraith Bands for like 1,000 gold, you'd have like 10 damage. If you'd buy 2 Bracers on a normal hero, you'd have 16 damage. This is like crowns, not even a complete. It's just way too good. The buildup was way too good. So it's gone. But the fact that it is 500 gold cheaper is amazing for your Skywrath Mage type heroes. That means your combo is ready way earlier. It gives you health and it gives you int, which is still fine. It's not as much int, but it's totally fine. You lose armor because you have less agility, and you lose the strength. But that's not a big deal. The strength that you're losing does lose you HP regen, like 1.2 HP regen, and you're losing like an armor and 3/4 or something. But the benefits for this item are just better. Very easy item to buy. I could maybe even see supports buying this at that cost. 2250 is really not that bad. Those supports would probably need initiation of their own. Like, I'm not saying it's going to be good on Phoenix, but a Phoenix type hero could buy this because he doesn't need defensive items as much usually. So keep that in mind. There could be space for Rod of Atos fitting into some other players now. Would I buy it as an AA? Probably not, because you probably need a Force Staff or a Glimmer. But maybe if you're having like a really good game, you could buy it. Because then you could do like early Cold Feet kills type stuff. Disruptor, love it. Disruptor doesn't need it, because Disruptor has Kinetic Field. It's not good on Disruptor. You need some payoff to them being rooted, and something like Cold Feet stunning somebody for like 3 seconds is a big deal. Something like your entire Sky ulti dealing damage to somebody is a really big deal. Vanguard disassemble into this. Oh, that's a good idea. Vanguard disassemble, make Vit booster. Like, you could buy this on, Underlord is the most obvious. Underlord could probably buy this super easy every game. Vanguard disassemble, make Rod of Atos by buying a staff and a 250 gold recipe, and now all of a sudden you got a Ring of Health with a Rod of Atos, and you can walk in and root somebody into Atos, second root. Could help you fight a lot earlier. So that's probably the most obvious. That's an offlane hero that buys Vanguard, that buys Rod. Ogre. I think Ogre's a great idea, actually. That sounds really good because you can multicast it. It's not like the most amazing multicast, but it's cheap. The mana cost is low. Gives you... Oh, actually, it's bad on Ogre because it gives you int. It's not good on Ogre, sorry. Straight up bad on him. Yeah. You'd only get 300 health, so it's kind of good. It's kind of bad on Ogre. I don't think you can justify it. It's like wasting 15 stats. Jakiro? Yeah. It's a little overkill, but you could. It's probably not good on Jakiro. It's okay. Like, a carry's still going to kill you, but like against all the other heroes, it's okay. Somebody that has like a lot of sustained physical damage will kill you. But these like bursty type heroes that have spell cooldowns to kill you, it's kind of good. But Vit Booster is just really expensive for supports usually, so I don't think a Jakiro would buy it. Maybe like a Jakiro Core, I could see that. Okay. Gleipnir no longer provides strength and agility bonuses, now provides health, chain lightning, damage. So yeah, damage, int, and health. This is a big nerf to this item, basically. Because before it had an Atos with all of its stat glory, you can buy it very easy, but the problem, well... Good and bad. Number one, if I'm playing a hero like Ember Spirit, I don't really give a shit about this change. Because the generic stats that it gave me was good. The agility it gave me and the armor it gave me was good. But it was not like the biggest selling point. It was more like the fact that you could AoE root setup into root setup or something like that. If I'm playing a universal hero, Gleipnir is infinitely worse. This was the best stat item other than Atos, basically, for universal heroes, and that is not going to be the case anymore. If you are an int hero, this is fine. If you are a... Basically, if you're a strength hero, maybe it's a little bit goofy. If you're an agility hero, not so great. But if you're an int hero, it's fine. So you could still buy this. I was going to say Wind Ranger, but it's okay on Wind Ranger. But I wonder if Mjolnir would be better at this point. But it is a lot of health, and it still gives you decent damage. For int heroes, it's decent. I don't know what int heroes are necessarily going to want to buy it, though. Muerta still wants the Agi. I don't buy Gleipnir on Muerta myself. I always go Mjolnir. But it's not a bad item on her, for sure. She could buy it, definitely. She's a little sad about the agility, for sure. But yeah, personally, I like Mjolnir on Muerta, but... Furion? Yeah, it's good on Furion. He'll be sad. He'll miss the agility. But his BAT is so good, I don't think it really matters. Right click Zeus, you got it, man. That's the one. That's the one we're talking about. Shiva's Guard Arctic Blast does more damage to illusions. That's great too. So that's a 300 damage nuke to illusions. Skull Bash for damage bonus is up. Abyssal Blade up by 5 too. Yeah, these items just are not quite as good as some other ones. Soul Ring was the one that I was able to understand from the emojis. Total cost decreased. The sacrifice mana gain is up, so you get more mana from Soul Ring, and it's cheaper now. Spirit Vessel recipe change now requires earn 2 crowns and a recipe. Ooh, okay, so this is your new item on Universal Heroes, I guess. 12 attributes, 2 armor, mana regen. No longer provides health bonus. Oh, because it doesn't take a... what did it used to take? Oh, it was a Vit booster, right? It was a Vit booster before. It doesn't give a health bonus, but who cares? Because it's getting 10 more strength, which is like 220 HP anyway. So let's do the math really quick. 12 times 3 is 36. So this is your new universal item, basically. 12 times 3, 36 times 0.7. So if you buy Spirit Vessel on a universal hero, it gives you 25.2 damage, which is good. It's not insane, though. So that's pretty good. Mana regen, a little bit of armor. The buildup is amazing. I could see this on a Viper type hero pretty good. It would make it a lot better on Viper, actually. He likes all attributes. The mana regen and armor are good on him. The problem is that there's usually just better things to buy. But like buying like Earn Crown with a wand in a laning stage is really good. You should be pretty strong. Clockwork seems to like it. Sure, but Clockwork doesn't really leverage his right click damage that much, so it's kind of eh. Good on Venno. Yeah, good on Venno. He's universal. I think it's a nice change. The Vit booster and recipe cost. I mean, the recipe cost is still a lot, but it was kind of goofy before, so I think this is fine. Veil of Discord magic weakness now additionally deals 200 damage to all barriers. Oh, cool. This is wonderful. I like building Veil. I think this is underutilized personally. I mean, it's just even better against barriers. It was fine against barriers before. Barriers got changed to be affected by magic resistance, so... And this amplifies the spell damage you deal by 18%. It's a very cheap item. It's only 1,500 gold. You can buy this thing, cast it, increases your damage and your teammates' damage by 18%. It's like, if you think about it like Spell Amp, it's really reasonable. If you spend 2,000 gold to get a Kaya, you get 8% damage increase. If you buy this, it increases your spell damage by 18% and your teammates' delta the target. And if they pop a barrier, you just instantly nuke for 200 damage. So you could look at this. If the enemy team has a pipe and you have a Veil of Discord, it's a 200 damage nuke. That's really good. It's like a 1200 range, 200 damage nuke that also amplifies damage after. Like, this just seems cool. I don't know. Why not buy this? Oh, it's all barriers? Holy shit. It's not just magic barriers. That's good. It is only Pavis and Pipe, more or less. Those are the consistent ones. Yeah, Crimson is not a barrier. It is a damage block, so that one doesn't count. But against the right heroes, this could be good. It would be good against Ember Spirit, for example. Who's another example? It'd be good against Abaddon. It would be good against... What's another example? Void Spirit. Yeah. Not that it's like the biggest, but Timber, eh. Bloodseeker, sure. Yeah, it nerfs Abaddon, but it's not that big of a deal, honestly. It's like a really small interaction. Like, most of the time that you shield some guy, they're already taking a shitload of damage. Is Shield Arena barrier? It is, yes. And so would be the cheese upgrade. So, mostly just good against a couple of heroes. Yeah, OD did have a barrier, it's true. Anyways, yeah, I like Veil personally. I think it's a good item. Arcane Ring mana cooldown is nerfed. Definitely a really solid mana item. So this reduces the mana gain from on it by a decent amount. Now it's only like 1.25 mana per second. That's not true because 8 int is like 0.4. So it was like 0.4 plus 1.5 or something. So now it's less. It's going to be closer to like 1.5 mana per second or something. Yeah, Tinker's Shield it would damage too. It's true. Duelist Gloves damage bonus has been increased. I never get this personally. But I do see that some pros do. 2 more damage is helpful. Fade Approach movement speed nerfed, mana bonus increased, which is fine. People get it for the mana more, or the movement more than the mana. Lance of Pursuit, barely touched. More slow now, 16% slow in melee is really good. On the right heroes, this item's good. Duelist is good on Night Stalker, that's true. There are some heroes that it's good on, but I generally don't buy it. Occult Bracelet, the most broken tier 1 neutral item. The magic resistance got nerfed down to 5. This item was so good before. It was basically a Vambrace. It was a strength Vambrace. The only difference between strength Vambrace and Occult Bracelet was Occult Bracelet had 4 less strength. That was it. They had the same magic resistance. They had the same agility and int. 4 less strength. And this item also gave you mana regen. It was just better. It was like actually better than strength Vambrace. It was broken. So reducing the magic resistance down to 5. Like, you just got a 7 minutes, like just casual 10% magic resistance. You see these like offlaners walking around with like a pipe and an Occult Bracelet, and you're like, you just can't kill that guy if you do magic damage. It's still a good item, but 5% resistance is a big difference, is all I'm saying. It's a huge difference. Pigpole attributes reduced. Seeds of Serenity regen is buffed. So these are the items to look out for, that they're just better. Duelist Gloves is looking better. I mean, if you compare this to the Spark, I'm surprised the Spark didn't get nerfed, actually. Because that did, like, what, 18 damage, which is a lot. 12 is pretty close, though. 6 less damage, but if you're close to enemy heroes, you get 20 attack speed, which is pretty cool. So, yeah, there's some nice offsets here. Pigpole was easy to translate in emojis. That was helpful. But yeah, Seeds of Serenity, health regen bonus increased. It's a pretty good neutral item. If you get this on some hero like Spectre, you're pretty happy. I mean, that's basically a Ring of Health right there. It's amazing, actually, for the right heroes. Dragon Scale Afterburn effect no longer applied by illusions. That's fair. You could put this on illusions, go hit tier 2 towers, and they would do like an insane amount of damage with it. Ring of Okula bonus mana regen decreased. Nerfed, man. So less mana regen here. That means it gives you 1.15 with the intelligence mana regen per second. So hurts the item. Very popular for pro players. They would like this item. Specialist Array all attributes bonus increased. Holy crap, this item is getting so much better. I just like don't see how Specialist Array isn't like the sickest neutral item on ranged heroes. It's just so good. So before it was 15 stats. Let me figure this out for universal heroes. So it's 10.5 damage previously. Now it's going to be 21 times 0.7. So it's 10.5. Now it's 14. This is a 14.7 damage item. Plus 12 for universal heroes. So before it was a 22.5 damage item, Specialist Array, which is huge. Like really high. And now it is a 26.7 damage item. 26 damage for Specialist Array if you are a universal hero. If you aren't, it's 19 damage, which is still really high. And 7 all attributes is excellent for a tier 2 item. Like, it's really good. Let me do Okula really quick, because I don't remember how much damage this did. 9 plus 6, that's 15, which is 10.5 plus 9. So I guess, or plus 3. So for universal heroes, Okula was like 13.5 damage, plus the aura. But yeah, Specialist Array is just so much better. 26.7 damage. It's amazing. Plus, when it procs, you get 20 bonus damage on the projectiles. And a range bonus. I don't know. That item's great. They buffed it a lot. Vambrace Strength Magic Resistance decreased down to 8%. So, Strength Vambrace is nerfed. It was pretty common. Especially like offlane heroes. The Magic Resistance just kind of was a little bit overkill, I think. Nerfed to Ceremony Robe. That's fine. It's a lot of mana, but still a good item. And Quiver. Bonus magic damage. I translated this one. That felt good. Ogre Seal Totem actually nerfed. Less mana cost here. Titan Sliver. Status resistance reduced. Vindicator's Axe now provides 20% slow resistance bonus. That's a buff to this item. I'm into it being buffed, though. I mean, pros pick this a lot, but it's a little bit confusing to the average player, I think. So adding more slow resistance is nice. Endurance now also grants slow resistance. Okay, cool. So they just made it explicit that it does both. This item's actually really solid, I think. I think I need to pick it more often. It's so much health and so much regen. And that it's 25-second cooldown. That stuff will proc twice in a team fight. Havoc Hammer now pulls in nearby enemy units by 100 units instead of pushing them away. This makes this way better. The problem with Havoc Hammer before is that you could basically only get it on like supports or offlaners. You would never buy this on a carry. Because if you're a melee hero, you're just pushing them away. That's not good. So it being able to pull people in was just what you needed, frankly. Just a little baby RP. Let's take a look at the numbers quick, because now the damage on this is probably insane. Like, it's probably way too good now. 400 range around you. That's a radius of 400, which is huge. It's like a lot. This seems broken. Oh, it's only 100 units. Okay. So it's not going to pull them like the most extreme amount, but it will help. And then it does 50% slow for 3 seconds. So you can basically do this all the time. And it deals 175 plus 1.5 your strength. So if you have 100 strength, this does like 325 damage. So 325 AoE damage nuke every 10 seconds. This shit's good. This is really good. Havoc Hammer for farming, exactly. 10-second cooldown, 300 damage nuke that doesn't like spread things out, which is generally bad. This is good as a tier 4 neutral item. Like maybe even on supports. Like even if you're pulling people to you, doesn't matter. You're just doing a lot of damage and you're slowing them. I don't think it slows attack speed, but I don't know. Seems good. All right, Martyr's Plate now provides regen bonus. Martyrdom now only redirects magic damage. I did not know it did that. I didn't know it redirected physical. Is that an accident? The redirect amount was increased by 5%, and the duration increased to 10 seconds. That's a lot of seconds. So, health regen, magic resistance. This item was underpicked for sure. As in, like, it wasn't that good, but it giving 25% magic resistance is great. Health regen is solid. Reducing magic damage towards you, reflecting it is great. Ninja Gear Fix not providing smokes bonus movement speed when activated. It didn't? I didn't know that. Agility bonus is down, movement speed is down. Some teams are overpicking it in Ninja Gear in pro games. Like, they're overpicking it because it was so good. But I assume that you can't spread Ninja Gear to your teammates. If so, it's broken. Because if you just get one Ninja Gear, you smoke, and then your whole team runs to you and also smokes, it's just way too good. I feel like it shouldn't do that. Hopefully it doesn't. It really shouldn't do that. It'd be... Oh, it says your OSF only, but I don't know if it spreads. If it spreads, it's broken still. I hope it's not spread. I hope it doesn't spread. It doesn't spread? Okay, good. Spell Prism, attributes decrease, mana regen decrease, and this item's just getting nerfed and nerfed, man. It's a good item. 12% cooldown's good, but... Trickster Cloak, the other broken tier 4 neutral item other than Ninja Gear, was the biggest one. Evasion, magic resistance being decreased. Now that you're seeing a bigger separation between like Martyr's Plate doing 25 versus 17 is starting to be like a really big number difference. This item had to be nerfed. It was just like too good. It was like the game me pick for a lot of carries in tier 4. Carries generally though, there aren't very many damage items, so I think Havoc Hammer will help fill this a little bit. Because a lot of carries, it's not a lot of damage. If you're strength, I guess it is. It's like 32. I guess if you're universal, it's not bad either. It's like 25 damage. But there aren't that many tier 4 neutral items that do good damage. It's basically like the blue sword, whatever it's called. And there's the one that maims the greater, the one that, yeah, I don't remember. That gives you attack range. The good broom handle. So having a Havoc Hammer as another way to do damage is nice. Like, I'm not saying Trickster Cloak's not still good, but like 3% nerf is still something, that's all. Less evasion, less magic resistance. Mindbreaker and Pentedge, yes, thank you. That's it. Book of Shadows now only makes targets untargetable by enemies of the caster. Okay, that's cool. So you can basically cast on an ally to save them, and then also cast more spells on them to protect them. So it makes this item way better. Bro, this is an item. 13 attributes. It's really good. Great for neutral heroes. 26, 39. I guess Book of the Dead's more damage for universal heroes. I said neutral heroes, I meant universal. Book of the Dead, strength bonus decrease and bonus increase. These items are probably just like way too many stats for universal heroes. And then Fallen Sky, strength bonus increased up to 25. So it just gives you more health than it did before. Okay. Probably just underpicked tier 5 items, basically. Well, they're nerfed Book of the Dead, but you know. Hero changes Mist Coil cooldown rescaled. So worse for ABBA early, better late. And the damage and heal is rescaled. So worse early, better late. Kind of goofy nerfs for sure, considering nobody played him support. And he kind of fell off as a carry a bit ago because he got nerfed. I think they reduced his BAT or something a couple patches ago because he was just terrorizing everybody a little bit. But yeah, more damage and heal is good. He's got a talent at like level 20 or 15 that increases the nuke. So I don't know, Mist Coil's better as a support. I could definitely argue maxing this first, maybe. Excuse me. I just played him as support the other day, and usually you max shield first because the cooldown goes pretty low, down to 6. But I could definitely argue for maxing Mist Coil and just spamming the shit in team fights on a 5-second cooldown for 300 damage. It's pretty good. The DPS is not bad. Alchemist Corrosive Weaponry max stacks has been decreased. Movement slow and status resistance reduction per stack is now increased by 1.5% whenever Alch is in Chemical Rage. What? What? Applied stacks and get a 1.5% plus bonus each. So, okay, so while your Chemical Rage is active, it makes it even better, is what that's saying. I mean, Alch isn't dead. People played him at Riyadh Masters. 9 Pandas played him. They got like top 6 or whatever. So yeah, just makes it better. BAT is base attack time, and base attack time means if you have no items, how many times you attack, or how much time it takes for you to attack. So if your BAT is low, you attack faster, because if your BAT is 1.4, you attack every 1.4 seconds. If your BAT is 2, you attack every 2 seconds. And then as you get attack speed, then that increases your attack speed by a percentage of your BAT. So if your BAT is really low, you will attack way faster with 6 items than somebody that has bad BAT. I gotta blow my nose. It also impacts how much bonus attack speed benefits you. That is true. That's the math shit that somebody tried to tell me about 10 years ago, but I don't get it, so I will just continue repeating it. Okay. Ancient Apparition. Ice Vortex duration is decreased at late game, but it's basically the same early. It's fine. Worse for farming, though, like stacks. Vision Radius increased. Cool. And Ice Vortex slow increased magic damage talent replaced with bonus duration. So, okay. Yeah, that was a talent that was really good. A's win rate was actually really solid. It started getting picked a little bit in Riyadh Masters towards the end, occasionally, and then kind of fell off again. That 20 talent to the right, I would always get it. The 5% damage increase was just way too good to pass up. Bonus duration, don't care about it. I probably wouldn't get that talent. I'd probably get Chilling Touch damage. But maybe it's worth it. I don't know. If it lasts longer, you could kind of pepper them across a fight, depending on how the fight is going to be initiated. But all right, Anti-Mage counter spell, Ag Shard upgrade reworked, previous effect removed. Okay, the previous shard was really good, lowered spell amp of enemies near you. Now creates an illusion of AM next to an enemy caster, so it's like the Ags, to an enemy caster upon reflecting the spell. Oh, so if you reflect a spell with counter spell with the shard, it will send an enemy an illusion next to them. The illusion deals 75% damage, takes 100%, and has a duration of 4. That's really powerful. So it does a lot of damage. It's going to mana burn, and it'll last 4 seconds. And it doesn't take much damage. 100% is nothing. So it's an extremely powerful illusion that it's not worth killing, and it's going to last for 4 seconds. Really good illusion. So if you do reflect spells, Egg Shard could be really good against these like ranged spellcasters. Counterspell Ally, new ability granted by Ag Shard. Creates a counterspell shield around the targeted ally within 600 range. Wow. And it similarly creates an illusion upon reflecting an enemy spell. Cooldown's 3 seconds, so This is really good. It's kind of like Morphling, that it's like two abilities from the same ability, but it seems really, really solid. AM support, probably not yet, but I mean, this is like a Lotus Orb. This is just, it's a Lotus Lincolns. It's a really good. This just seems really freaking good. If you're playing with your team, which you're not, you never buy your team, so it's not that good. But if you do use it with your team, it's amazing. Like, yeah, put it on your initiator. Yeah, the problem is the duration is not long, right? It's only 1.2 seconds. It's pretty small. You kind of want to use it on an ally as they are already being gone on to reflect a spell or two. But the fact that you can put it on an ally is kind of bonkers. Like, that was kind of the solution, right? So you're like, well, I just don't cast my spells on anti-mage, so you can't reflect. Or you wait till he casts it, then you cast your spells. But the fact that he can like surprise you and reflect some spells is definitely some really big counterplay, and all of that for a shard I think is great. I like the previous shard, but it was like one of those shards that is like cool on paper for like number nerds and nobody else really. So it's probably fine. 10 talent, blink cooldown replaced with mana void. I hate talents like this anyways. Oh, it's still here. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to talk shit to you, blink cooldown talent when you're in the room, but I think you're boring. 1 second blink cooldown, like, ugh. Cares. It's gonna decrease your farming for sure, because your blink cooldown talent won't come until later, like when you get battle for your maybe level 10. So sucks for the AM players. Better mana void, radius, or strength. That one's kind of hard. And then the mana void radius talent moved down to 10, so that's technically a buff. Yeah, they swapped. Okay, so if you want to get a bomb mana void, this is better. But if you want to farm faster and escape more often, then it's worse. And then the mana void damage multiplier talent is buffed by 50%, and the blink cast range one, the one that people actually get, is nerfed too. Arc Warden, extremely underpicked right now. Like very few people are picking Magnetic Field. Tempest version only provides a magical attack bonus. I haven't even played this hero since they changed the Tempest version. Now provides base bonus attack damage. That's a lot. 80 is a lot. It's a lot. Base bonus. All right, Arc Warden plus Earthshaker combos. Let's do it, baby. Earthshaker jumps in with eggs. Gets magnetic field for 80 base bonus damage, and then hits him with the enchant totem for, what is this? Can't you increase the enchant totem by 50% right now? I mean, 80 times 4.5 is a lot. That's 360 extra damage. Oops. If you can increase enchant, I'm pretty sure there's an Earthshaker talent that increases it by 50%, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Core Omni is another good example, because you get damage from the hammer. But you could get a bonus 360 damage with enchant totem from magnetic field, so that's kind of cool. Anyways, Tempest Double is now point targeted ability with 700 cast range. It spawns the Tempest Double in the point area. Ah, okay. So, oh, that's pretty cool, actually. So before you would spawn it, it would spawn on you. Now you can spawn it directly on top of an enemy, which is pretty cool and dangerous and spooky. But now if you're in some shit, I mean, basically, you just don't need a blink dagger or a gap close anymore. You can just spawn this on people. Just seems good. You can use it for vision. Yeah, you can basically just start fights, like cast it on a guy, you double hit him with your spells, you run him down. You could do some like abyssal shit too with this. It just really makes you not have to buy blink as much. It really does help a lot in that way, because you can just like spawn it on a guy and then abyssal blade them. Not that I guess you want abyssal blade on your ranged hero, but it kind of makes sense. Blink push back with bubble. That's true. I forgot about the bubble. And then 10 talent health increase buffed. That's the other one. Flux cast range. Okay. Magnetic field attack speed bonus magic damage replaced with magnetic field attack speed bonus damage. So still attack speed but bonus damage. So this is now more damage for the Earthshaker. That's 105 base damage. Yo, this is a lot. 105 base damage to your team. Gives Earthshaker 472 damage with enchant totem. It's kind of good. And then magnetic field cooldown reduction decreased to make it a little bit. I mean, it just got buffed. It doing physical damages, especially base bonus attack damage, is like really strong. There's some cheesy shit you could do here. So that lowers the cooldown to 12. Okay. Axe agility gain decreased, less armor, less attack speed. Counter helix damage is buffed, so much stronger early game. 95 is pretty good. Not bad, not bad. But yeah, a little bit less armor and attack speed. But that's fine, frankly. Just chop. Like, you chop like one time, this will offset the agility or the armor loss for the game. So, just worse late game, but a little better early game because of the counter helix. Not by much, though. Like, once you hit like level 5, it just doesn't matter. But your start of the game is a little better. Brain Sap now fully pierces debuff immunity. It is about time. So 300 pure damage done once again. And Nightmare sleeping units now aren't awakened by any damage dealt by Bane. That's good. And you gain attack speed against sleeping units. Okay, so Bane right click is back, I guess. The problem is that your first skill does damage over time. And if you want to cast other spells, you just wake people up all the time. I haven't played Bane much since they changed Enfeeble, nor seen him played much, but I mean, having AoE Brain Sap is kind of cool, I guess, through BKBs. But attack speed, I don't know, 45 attack speed. I think people are going like low Brain Sap and they're maxing out your first skill. I don't know if it's that good though. I'm not really necessarily sold on it. Brain Sap is kind of a lot of mana right now. 100 at level 1. God, when it used to do 90 damage, it used to do 90 pure and it used to cost like 80 mana or something. That shit was so broken. Just trade your life away. He's universal too. I should play Bane more. Like, just stack Ironwood branches and fight people. It's probably not that bad with Brain Sap. If you just stack Iron branches, your mana will be decent. Your base damage will be good. Enfeeble is good too. I gotta look at Enfeeble. I can't remember exactly what the numbers are like. Attack damage reduction, cast range reduction, and it does a bunch of damage over time. Cast range is high. It's a good skill. It's fine. Not my favorite, but it's fine. But you kind of do have to max on Nightmare. I know Bane's a little harder to play right now because the disable durations got nerfed. So it's kind of goofy, but if you get Shard, Brain Sap's kind of good. I don't know. I haven't touched him at all. What's his win rate? It's not bad. It's gone up today. Brain Sap cooldown definitely looking better. Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised people don't get the Brain Sap cooldown one. Enfeeble cast range reduction, I guess, is kind of a lot, and most people max out Enfeeble, so that's probably why they get it, but Enfeeble damage per second plus 13. Movement speed and Nightmare cooldown. Bane late game wins games, dude. Fiend's grip duration plus 3. Brain Sap damage and heal. Could be doing a 550 pure damage AoE every 8 seconds. That's pretty good. We are at Bane. Oh, missed him. I'll try him. I'll add him to a list. Play Bane. Bat Rider, Flaming Lasso, cast point increased from 0.2 to 0.3. Okay. A little bit harder to do like Blink Lassos, basically. Thank you for the sub. Missing left shoe. Beastmaster, Call the Wild Hawk reworked. Beastmaster summons a hawk that circles around him and dives onto an enemy within 500 range. So they're killing the vision aspect of Beastmaster that's kind of broken. Dives on an enemy within 500 range, dealing up to 150 damage or rooting them for 1 second. It can't be controlled, prioritizes heroes, and is killed upon his death. The hawk has an attack interval of 4 seconds, but it scales with attack speed. Ooh. Duration is 25, so it's kind of like a turret. That sounds fun. Radiance Ags Beastmaster incoming. Roots for 1 second. Attack interval of 4 seconds. So 1 out of 4 seconds it's rooted. I mean, that damage is not bad. It's 150 divided by 4. So that's 37.5 damage per second. Can it die? Yeah, it can. It has health. Magic resistance increased up to 60%. The XP bounty is a little bit better. Shard no longer grants dive bomb. Shard now summons an additional hawk, so you can get 2 hawks. This just looks fun. This looks really fun to me. Makes the Ags build better. It makes the hero more of a regular hero and less of a like I'm gonna win the game. I'm a fucking pro player hero, which is fine. Because the part of the value Beastmaster was sending hawks around, controlling the map, that kind of thing. So I think this is just better for the game personally. Worse for pro players that want to abuse Beast Smasher in this way, but this makes the hero sound fun to play. More of a fighter. I wanna try this. I think this is cool. Play Beast Master. Bloodseeker Thirst. Max health heal creeps decreased. Okay, so worse early makes him a worse laner, and the rupture duration is worse by a second. It's fine. Ag Shard upgrade moved to a separate sub ability. New ability granted by Ag Shard applies Shadow Walk and all of its bonuses to the target ally. Fade times 1. Casting this ability does not. Okay, it's the same, right? Yeah, it's just a separate sub ability with a. So this would be like that hold alter control thing that you'd want to do. So rather it be the same hotkey. It's like a sub ability. I don't know why they did this. Maybe to like help limit you accidentally cast it on yourself instead of your allies. Or maybe so you don't have to press it twice on yourself once you get this. It's kind of like the techies thing. Gabba, who's probably in chat, always complains when he gets shard on techies because like, it messes me up. And I'm like, just use it. It's so good. 300 damage. And now it's a sub ability, so you can just forget to do it, and that's fine. Still makes this better. Skill issue for sure. Alright, Brewmaster base armor increased by 1. Dealing or receiving magic damage also extends Brewmaster's own brewed up duration. Excuse me? Oh. But how much? How much isn't it? Alright, Fire Stance now grants attack speed. Awesome. This is actually really nice. This makes it so much good for so much better for ability draft. Well, the crit chances decrease, but it gives you attack speed. Bonus triples up when brewed up. Brewed up would mean Cinder Brew has procced. Actually, no. You cast Cinder Brew and your Drunken Brawler gets increased. And then fix an issue of Brewing Stone. All right, we actually have to test this one. So I got to see what the numbers are like. It does not specify. Brewmaster. Alright, first off, we're going to attack way faster now. It's like 25 attack speed. So basically, you could play Brew Core more likely now. Just because getting attack speed and crit is really good. 20% chance for... Do you get purple right away too? Oh, you do. I forgot about the slow. This also slows, by the way. Okay, so 25 attack speed. And 19% damage increase. And when you brew up, I didn't see what that duration was. Anyways. And when you throw it out, it goes longer. So here's the attack speed. What's the time on that? I couldn't tell. Gotta look at the time when I press it. Oop, I did it late. I was looking at the clock. It's like 3 seconds. It's pretty good. I mean, it's huge. Duration is increased by 3 seconds when enemies are ignited. What if I do... Yeah, it works. This is actually a huge buff. Which is such a big buff. Like, such a big buff. Like, that actually buffs him so much. So... basically, his strongest moments are when he uses his ability, his second skill, Cinder Brew, because it triples your Drunken Brawler. But now, every single Cinder Brew you use, if it procs, increases the duration by 3 seconds. So it just lasts for 8 seconds now. Pretty much every time. Basically, every time. It's like a huge increase. It's like a 60% duration increase to Cinder Brew for the whole freaking game, and you got an armor. Like, I don't see how this doesn't make the hero broken numbers-wise. Plus, Fire Stance is kind of cool. Not that I use Fire Stance that often, but I'm definitely using it more now for jungling and stuff. So, and not like right-clicking is really that good or whatever, but like, I don't know, this seems really, really good. I don't see how this doesn't increase your win rate, because keep in mind there's also that talent. You get 30% more Cinderbrew damage and duration at 15 if you want it. So it can last longer by 30%, and that's also going to go up by 3 seconds, I think. Or you can get more Brewed Up Multiplier. This gives an extra multiplier, so instead of only 3 times, it's 4 times. So if you get this one, it's 4 times, that means your evasion goes up to over 100%. You can't be hit. It's like Wind Run, basically. So if I do this, for example, and I buy a bunch of rapiers.
Over there.
Like, do you see what I mean? Doesn't that seem kind of broken? That was 8 seconds. The fucking cooldown is 11. This is not balanced, in my opinion. It doesn't seem balanced. Is it dispellable? Yeah, it's dispellable. But still, this is just like one part of the hero. You know what I do? If he's got a freaking nullifier, I'm gonna do this. Okay, I still die. He's got 5 rapiers. But still, I didn't die instantly. You know what I mean? That's 0 items, other than being like 2,000 HP. Like, he's got 1,800 damage, and I took 2 hits. Like, I took 3 hits. You know what I mean? Anyways, we're gonna switch my hero and switch back. Look at my talents back. No, I have to switch to a different one. Go back here. Now I want to see what the duration is like. I don't know. This hero just seems way better. All right, this is what I want to know. I'm gonna try to do this at like 30 seconds. Here we go. This is bugged? This is bugged, right? What is this shit?
I know it.
That was the same. That was only 8 seconds. That was 5, 1, 2. I mean, that was about 30% increase. It's hard to tell what the numbers are. Guys, we're on B Brewmaster. We have not seen the Invoker changes. This isn't affected by the talent. I mean, I don't know. It's still really good.
Now I see.
Just a bit tipsy.
640 was when I started this. Okay, it does increase it, I think, because that was close to 10 seconds. So it says 6.5 here, and it gets increased. So it's probably like 9.5 seconds or so. So basically 9.5 seconds is more or less like permanently receiving this. It's about like 2.5 to 3 seconds left. Not that you should necessarily do this. What if you did do this? 8.3, this is going to be permanent. Pretty close. I don't know, that seems broken, guys. This is definitely gonna be an item. I mean, it's not even bad anyways, right? Lowers your ulti cooldown. Like Octarine definitely gonna be like a later item. Some like Radiance build or some shit.
I'm a bit in my cup.
Run around like it's gonna proc and keep going.
Just a bit.
You can do whatever you want. 60 status resist. This slow, by the way, 75%.
Strange.
That's slow. It's powerful. Anyways, I don't know. This seems good to me. Vessel? Oh, that's true. You could go a Vessel on this hero. Because Urn's already amazing on the hero, and the fact that it gives you damage too. You buy Urn because you can do this. Well, and then you use Urn and it procs it or whatever, but then you could go like these and they give you a bunch of damage. It's pretty good.
Good as another.
Is it worth upgrading? 4-8. It's like 2 more attributes for 1200. Kind of expensive. I don't know if it's value. It's not the worst, but I think I'd rather buy other stuff. Okay, anyways, I think Brew's got to be good. I'm sure his win rate's going to go up by this. That seems really good. So much more duration for Cinder Brew. You could become like the tanky guy without a doubt. Like really, really tanky. His win rate's going to drop because people are trying him. But I don't know. He's still going to be, he's going to be really good. 80 attack speed looks more viable now, in my opinion, if you do some like right click build, but Brilliant health are probably just safer. It's like your Brilliants do die sometimes. All right, where are we at? Learn, brew. Bristleback, nasal goo, Ag scepter upgrade removed. All right, it's probably fine. It's done its time. Ag shard now also increases stack limit by 3. Okay, so it goes makes shard a lot better. We'll see what Hairball reads, but going up to 7 goose stacks is pretty solid. Bristleback now upgraded by Ag scepter allows them to be point targeted. Bristleback turns his back towards the targeted direction. And after half of a second, forcefully ejects 6 sequential quill sprays in a tight conical pattern out of his back at 35.35 second intervals. Slowed down by 40 for the duration. Disarmed and cannot turn, but can still cast spells in any direction. So basically it allows you to like defend yourself from a cone or to potentially get kills, but you can't change the angle. So if he does this to you, you should run perpendicular. That means 90 degrees away from the direction he's firing, and he won't be able to stack. But if people are like stunned in a chronosphere or something, then he's going to do a lot of damage. And it's also good for him being able to like move. It's kind of like a bulwark on Mars, that he can protect from the direction he wants while still moving that direction. Whereas normally to move that direction, you have to turn your face towards them. So that's the Ag Scepter. Is it good? It's a 20-second cooldown. That's not bad. And it turns your back against them correctly while you're chasing, but it does slow you a lot, but it's fine. It's going to be like multiple seconds. I don't know if it's that good. Gives Warpath stacks. Yeah, that part's good. Because you're casting spells more rapidly, and it's going to cost way less mana. And in the meantime, you're still casting your regular spells. So, can you attack? Disarm, no. That's why I figured. It's probably good. For these like average like cast quills, it's making the hero more of like the hero that he is, or was maybe originally designed to be, the tanky guy. Whereas like pros have found him viably to, without a doubt, just be better as a right clicker more or less, and area controller. So this is necessary, I think. Add some flavor to the hero. He's kind of been one note for years at this point, so I'm down for this. Hairball now applies 2 stacks of nasal goo and only 1 stack of quill spray. I think it was the other way before. It was 2 quill, 1 nasal goo, but I might be wrong. Enemies in Fog of War are now hit by the nasal goo as well as the quill sprays. Okay. Nasal goo projectiles no longer affected by spell reflection. Okay, so they're not single target. They're like AoE kind of. Mana cost is decreased. Cooldown is decreased by 10. Wow, that's a big cooldown decrease. So Hairball will be your new way to like area control slows. I would say the shard is quite good right now. If you're playing an off-lane Bristle, I could definitely argue that you should get this. because it's providing a lot of utility that it didn't before. If you're playing a support bristle, God forbid, this is better as well because now you're applying nasal goo twice. And if God forbid you have viscous nasal goo max pretty early, it is applying 5 armor for the first stack, and the second stack is 3. So if you hairball in an AoE, you are lowering everybody's armor there by 8, which is a lot. It's a lot of minus armor. If you get like hairball and solar crest and you slap that on a carry, that's a shitload of minus armor to start the fight. So I think that's pretty cool. 10-second cooldown. The duration is only 5 seconds, so you can't necessarily keep it going as long. But I guess as long as you keep nasal going them, it's fine, right? It's also slowing them by 15. The first one is going to slow by 27. The follow-up would be another 12. So it's basically instantly 40% movement speed slow and minus 8 armor, which is really good. I don't know. Hairball seems legit to me. It's not as much about a damage dealing skill like it was before. It is more of an area control, but I think that's okay. So these 3 changes definitely change the hero more into control and utilizing your bristleback and a little bit less towards damage. But I could definitely see the Ags be maybe it's a lot of damage. But it's going to force the hero to be played in a different way, which I don't know if people are going to be good at that, but this is like your normal skill build, basically.
Prepare for battle.
I tell you what, this'll bash heads pretty light.
Oh, that's pretty fast.
You don't say.
That's a lot faster than I thought it would be. I think that looks good to me.
Yes.
Mostly goo. I mean, your cooldowns are 20 is a little bit long here, but I mean, the amount of slow that you're getting on an enemy is a lot.
In secret.
I'll sort this out.
Like, it's kind of a lot. He's only level 1. His armor's not that high, but still. Let's try it again with like a little bit more realistic. Let's give him like a little bit more HP. Maybe like a Wraith Band or something.
One step at
I could have
a
just
time.
leveled him up as well, but whatever.
By my oath.
Your
Let's just
middle
do
tower
this.
is under attack.
Faces need man. Here we go.
It's not like the most incredible slow, but it's good. It's certainly a lot of damage.
Strange.
I'll sort this.
Ah,
Oi, one step at a bish bash bosh.
I mean, this is kind of an interesting item. It's basically just damage, right? The problem is that there's going to be a lot of armor flying around, so I don't know if the Quill's going to do that much damage, but Bloodstone is definitely more viable with this. Bloodstone was kind of shit before, but it's actually more viable for sure. This definitely changes it. Like before, the problem was that like you'd go all these like items to try to like reflect and spell lifesteal, and if people just ignored you, it was just shit because you weren't getting extra quills from bristleback proccing. It would just be every like 3 seconds you'd quill spray and you'd hairball, which wasn't enough offensive potential to justify the Bloodstone build. Now it's actually viable because you can control it better.
That is clear.
You can wait until they commit to you, you know, and then you can
I'm under attack.
do the old like this.
It's good on you, that does, mate.
It's gonna be hard to like get used to pressing and then, you know, do some shit like this, and then lifesteal a lot. Especially because intrinsically, the damage that you do with Quill Spray is amplified by the minus armor that they have. So, and the more minus armor that you have from Nasal Goo means that Hairball will do more, because you can basically instantly get them to like minus 11 armor. But this is so much more buttons than you're used to pressing. Usually you just like press this
Not yet.
and Goo. You just like press both of these buttons. Now you have to actually click on heroes and click Hairball and do this, which is going to take some getting used to. This is 4 buttons.
Bit of work.
This button takes no brain power. This button takes brain power. This button takes brain power. This button takes brain power. That's 3 buttons that take brain power. He had 0 before once you got Ags. So this is way more difficult to play.
Yes.
3 brain power buttons. 1 no brain power button. And
One
items.
step at a time.
I don't know, man. This might change the hero too much.
I
Good luck on that one.
can't figure, don't I?
Would I play him carry or offlane though is the question. He's probably not good. Oh, look at this. What are these numbers? Goo cast range. I don't know why these graphs look so goofy. Spell lifesteal's probably way better now. Quill stack damage is probably mandatory. If you go Nag's build, the bristleback backside reduction, arguably better because you can control it a little bit better. Goo cast range just doesn't matter as much. It's good for like casting on a single guy or whatever, but like the fact that it's not an AoE anymore, it just doesn't matter. It's in Hairball, I guess, but I probably wouldn't get this, I imagine. And then mana regen probably just better now. So. I'm into it. The fuck did I just look at? That was an icon for Centaur. All right, and then damage talents increased. 20 is kind of a lot, though. It's not bad. And then quill stack damage buffed, and health talent buffed too. All right, Broodmother base armor decreased by 1. This was like one of the most banned heroes at Riyadh. Base strength is increased. Agility gain increased. Lifesteal from creeps reduced by 40%. That's fair. It's like too good to heal up on the creep wave. And then Silicon Bola impact damage is nerfed. Okay. Minor nerfs to the hero. We'll see if it makes a difference. Centaur radius decreased. Cast point improved 0 seconds, just instant. Oh, winds up. You can move during this time, but you can't attack. Casting other abilities using items or issuing either hold position or cancel current action commands will cancel. So this is really good. If they see you, they can see that you're casting the spell, but you can basically walk with a guy while you cast it. And if you're about to initiate, you can cast it in fog, then blink in and be stunned a lot faster. So straight up buff to the ability. It's going to be way better at stunning throughout team fights, basically. People can't just like walk away from you. You can also cast it while you're stampeding in, which means that they're going to see that you're about to stun, but it's just a better chance to catch them. You don't have to rely on the slow as much. It's just a big quality of life improvement. So double edge cooldown decreased. The damage is also up based on strength. So cool change to the hero. I don't know if it's going to make that much of a difference, but it certainly will. Like the hero will just straight up be better at getting kills in lane. That's what's going to matter the most. Centaur is kind of like one of those passive offlaners who's more of like a buy Vanguard and sustain the lane, but you could probably justify getting kills on him now between Hoof Stomp and Double Edge, since Hoof Stomp will be easier. Remember I talked about like Mars Snapfire earlier? Well, maybe Centaur works better now as that, because you get to rely on Hoof Stomp like working more reliably. Blink cancels wind up. Does it? Oh, using items. Okay, my bad. I didn't see that. So you can't do... Okay. Thank you for clarifying. So your late game initiations are still a little bit goofy, but you can at least move with your opponents if you want to. Yeah. It's probably still good. Double Edge. Oh, yeah. Workhorse. Ag Scepter. The cart. Okay, it's still here. Deploys and pulls a card for 8 seconds, gaining the Stampede buff. While active, the Workhorse abilities are placed with the Hitch or Ride sub-ability that can be activated with previous effect. Workhorse goes on cooldown once the card disappears. Okay, so basically the problem before was that if you wanted to hitch or ride a guy, you would have to like get to them and then cast it, and then you'd get the Stampede buff. But now you can just use it to get a cart no matter what. So it's a 30-second cooldown charge for just your hero if you want it, because you get the Stampede buff. Well, 8-second cooldown or 8-second duration, but you only get Stampede for the normal Stampede duration. So you could basically use it just to give yourself a damage bonus, to dodge fights, to initiate, things like that, if you want to. And if you want to, you can also protect an ally. So this kind of solves the clunkiness of the item before. That's good. I'm into that. Chaos Knight, Chaos Bolt. Minimum stun duration has gone up, actually. Up to 1.25 to 2 seconds. Probably the stun duration kind of hurt the hero. Wow, it was actually really bad level 1. 1.25 to 1.75. It used to be 1 to 3 seconds. Got hurt really bad. Like a terrible level 1 ability. People banned Chaos Knight against Tundra, so they must have still been playing it, but And the min damage is also increased to 150. 150's, oh, sorry, that's the max damage. So 90 to 150 instead of 90 to 120. It was like not chaos at all, actually. Those numbers were like way too bad. So yeah, 90 to 150 damage. That's like a 15 damage increase on average. And then stun duration wise, it's like, what, 0.1 stun duration increase. So just a little better. Chaos Strike creep damage multiplier increase. So better against creeps. Yeah. So it does more damage against creeps, but the lifesteal from the creeps is still bad. Or worse. But it's not bad. And then Chaos Strength. Lifesteal talent's a little better. Alright, that's fine. Penitence now grants Chen bonus attack range on the target as well. Oh, I'm into that. That's a buff right there. Is carry Chen slightly viable now? Bonus attack range on target it's fine. It's not really like viable, but Chen is universal, so you can actually get a lot of bonus damage with this. And then attacking super long range. It's pretty good, but it's not like the most. It's a nice quality of life buff. In lane, it's pretty nice. 50 to 150 attack range is cool, because nobody gets the third skill. So I thought maybe they would buff that skill, but I don't know. Puppy says that skill sucks ass, and he's right, but in the late game, it's not that bad either. Like, the problem is that Chen always dies quickly in late game. People just kill the Chen. But hypothetically, if Chen lives and provides a 4 armor aura to his teammates, that's a lot of EHP. It's quite a lot. The regen, but the armor is kind of good. So Penitence would allow you, hypothetically, to play from farther away if, you know, the cast range was like less. Holy Persuasion. Ag Scepter, Martyrdom cast range decreased from global to 1200. That's the one where you kill your creeps. I've never tried this yet, but it's probably good. And now it can be cast on enemies to damage from the values of Hand of God. Oh, that's cool. Alright, we gotta try this.
So begins the persecution. For Obolus, the one god.
Is it just the base damage? Or do you do the damage per second?
Hallowed ground.
Prepare for battle.
TA is the punching bag.
Sector. Yes.
What?
As Obolus directs.
I'm confused. I thought you cast it on them. Martyrdom can be cast on enemies. Is this an alt thing that I have to do?
May it please you.
Alt Control E.
Leap of faith.
What am I missing? Grants creep ability. You need units to do this.
Yes.
How do I even fucking do this?
My faithful join me. As you say.
So, oh, and then this does this here. Oh wow, it does the damage. That's really good.
Yes.
It's like really good. This just seems really good.
My congregation
I guess it's damage over
grows.
time, so if you spam 3 of them, it's not gonna do as much, but I mean, oh, it's global cooldown. Okay,
So I go.
that would've been like really fucking good otherwise if you could just like cycle all 3. But yeah, that seems really solid.
Was my First
I'm very
conversion.
into that. Definitely adds a really nice dimension to the hero that didn't exist before. Agus just sounds really good to me at this point.
In your name.
Sacrificing creeps doesn't always feel good, but just the fact that you could, during a fight with Holy Persuasion, take control of a lane creep and then do this to do 400 damage plus 40 times 8. I mean, it's not like the most damage, but it's good. I like this. I think this is great. It's not doing the HP of the creep, it's doing the Hand of God is what it's doing. So level 1 Hand of God, that's 360 damage. Level 2 is 8 times numbers is hard for me. It's 240, so 540. And level 3 is 320, 720. It's decent. It's for sure decent. What was the cooldown on it? It was like 10 seconds, right?
Compelled.
Walk faster, little creeps. The cast range is great. 10 seconds. Or 8 seconds, sorry.
Apostate. A pious path.
Sounds cool.
Penance.
Does damage increase if you have HP regen? Amp? What? No. Yeah, the cast range is really, really good. That part's really solid. I like that. You could break blink daggers with it too for 8 seconds.
As you
There's
say.
definitely good things about like high grinding. I think the cast range is. I mean, before it was about healing, right? That's why the cast range is really high, but the fact that you can use it. Anyways, this axe is really good. I think I've underestimated it a little bit. I think the fact that you could like burst the heal into one guy is really cool. And it doesn't stack, I assume. Yeah, see, it just resets the damage. So if you want to like buff heal 40 extra, 400 extra, it's kind of cool. I assume if you go like Spell Amp or Veil or something, this damage would be increased too. So you could hypothetically increase the damage nuke.
Hallowed ground.
It being on a 10-second cooldown makes it a little bit goofier because you basically just get 1 per 10 seconds. That's the downside, I think, is that like it gives you tons of flexibility, but when it matters, you are still limited. You cannot pump the heal necessarily into one guy. You just get to do 2 max at the same time. So
In your name.
good and bad things about it, but it seems good. Could break Lincoln's, sure. It's fine. Yeah, I just feel like there's better stuff. Typically. So, it seems good. For sure. But I'm not sure how broken it is. There's generally other items I'd probably rather buy. But if I really do need to like keep one guy alive in a chronosphere or something, this is great to really help with that. Clink's Death Pact. Ag Scepter now increases the number of hits to kill burning skeleton archers by 1. Increase the number of hits. Okay. That's fine. Skeleton Walk cooldown increase, so nerf to Skeleton Walk, and then Burning Army spawn interval decreased, so they spawn faster. Distance between spawn skeletons decreased, and the cast range decreased. So they spawn more quickly. They don't spread out as much. That's the Ags, by the way. And then the skeletons are harder to kill. Okay, talents. Level 10 talent skeleton walk cooldown reduction increased from 3 to 4. God, my mouse wheel's broken. Skeleton walk cooldown reduction. Okay, so this helps offset this. Tar Bomb bonus attack damage is the one that everybody gets. It got nerfed. And then Death Pact talent buffed strafe cooldown. I mean, they're just like nerfing the hero a little bit, but they made Ags better, so... And they buffed some talents. It's fine. Looks fine. Hero's still good. Clockwork. Oh my god, my mouse wheel's really fighting me. Rocket Flare projectile vision range while traveling decrease. Okay, so it's harder to spot people with this. Overclocking now increases the movement speed. Extra. So it makes overclock better. Basically, you're not going to be able to see the whole map. They're kind of just nerfing vision. This is another example Beastmaster got nerfed. Man, it was really 600 though. That's huge. I didn't realize it was so big. That's like the whole screen almost. A crystal clone. I can't wait. All right, Ag Scepter now also allows Crystal Maiden to move, attack, cast spells during freezing field. Okay, so it's like previous shard. And Scepter time to Frostbite increased. Up to 2.5. This is kind of fine that it takes more time, because this means if you blink, ulti, and Frostbite a guy, when the second Frostbite kicks in, the first Frostbite is going to be almost done. Whereas before, if you'd like blink Frostbite and then ulti, the layering would be a little bit worse. You'd be stacking your Frostbites. I don't think it's bad. It also makes, I mean, frankly, it makes Core Crystal Maiden just better. Look, I played Crystal Maiden mid 2 or 3 days ago. And it's just, this is just going to make it easier to play her. Because before, you'd have to get a Blink Dagger. Then you'd have to get Shard and Axe. And BKB. Well, Shard, BKB. Whereas now you could potentially just go Ags. And it makes you stronger faster. Like, the Shard BKBs are really good. But I could definitely see, like, a Shard Ags being fine. Maybe. Maybe not. Let me read the rest of the shit. Crystal Clone. They are right that it's like Sub-Zero. The PS1 throwbacks, man. Slides backwards 275 units. Creates a crystal clone of herself in her place. Whenever the clone times out after 5 seconds or is destroyed, Frostblight applied to all enemies within 300 radius. Clone's untargetable. Can be damaged with AoE effects. 150 health. So destroyed or times out. So if they have AoE. Mana cost 50. Cooldown 12. Gives you a way to escape. A little mobility. Let's check it out. So let me go back to my thought about Crystal Maiden Core. The BKB shard is like really where it's at most of the time.
Forward.
Prepare for battle.
I mean, it seems fine.
To battle.
What's the AoE? Oh no, I'm surrounded.
In secret.
Yeah, just a little AoE there.
On.
I mean, it's fine. It's like a force staff. You know, it's some Hurricane Pike shit.
I move.
Do I have too many?
As the temple
Can I not spawn an
requires.
enemy Slark? Do I have to do this? Can you only get...
Yes.
Isn't it? Look, I'm not saying CM Core is really good. I'm just
Swiftly.
trying to like theory craft whether or not it's viable. That's all. Her clone can pull aggro in the jungle.
I'll
Remove
not
the
argue.
TAs. How do you remove them? How do I despawn these guys? Do I have to kill them? Remove on left. Oh, thank you.
Please
Into the breeze.
Shit, they're all dead.
give me something.
This is what I wanted to see. Okay, it doesn't work.
Agreed.
So you can't use it for leash stuff, but for normal things,
Let's go.
it's kind of cool. Like, I mean, ideally, what's a 5 seconds? So, I mean, hypothetically, if you're like this or something and someone's going on you, you could do this and
That's right.
and then hopefully they don't walk away
Faster.
because it's 2 seconds extra. But you know what I mean.
Indeed. Divine scepter.
Check this shit out, guys. You ready?
I move.
I did it too early.
Yes.
What's the timing? 2.5 plus 3 is more than 5, so that's too much. So at 2.5 seconds, I need Yules, basically.
On.
I did that. That's my problem. I'm not doing it right away. It should be Frostbite instant Crystal Clone.
Faster. I thought as much.
That would be it. That's the combo. If you want to do it. So, if you want, guys, you can do like a 550 damage nuke, add the 50 from here, 600 damage nuke with Yules and a shard. I'm just saying, if you want to. Atos? Yeah. Atos would probably work better, I guess. However the heck you build that now.
Agreed.
Yeah. Yeah,
Your
this would
middle
work.
tower is under attack.
Let's go.
It's a lot of root. That's a build right there. That's genuinely a build. I don't know. That seems pretty cool. The problem is you have to be in melee range to do this. If they are
Got goosebumps.
just scared of you, this isn't gonna work. Like I'd
Into
have
the
to be
breach.
like I don't know. It could work. It could work.
Indeed.
You can frostbite twice. Oh, you can frostbite twice. Oh shit, you're right. I'm just
battle.
over here zoned out.
Here I come.
Shit, you guys are so right, dude. All right, this shit's broken.
And it's already icing over.
Core CM, guys. Is this it? The Rod of Atos Frostbite CM. It kind of makes sense with Sceptral. Yeah, I mean, no, I'm good. I get your point. Because you would get more Frostbites. You really can disable somebody for a long time. You could also do shit like this where they're going on you. You do this and you stand here and make them fight into it so that they get hit with another Frostbite. It's kind of cool. I think this Atos does have a lot of value potential for supports for sure. This is cool.
Into the breach.
Frostbite Atos on this hero. That actually, the problem is I don't see it viable as like a. I mean, you could do it as a support hypothetically, but just these items are really expensive on a support. That's the problem. The build-up's very costly. 1,000 gold is a lot for support. So like getting a vid booster feels cool and all, and getting this feels cool and all, but I just don't see it as viable on a support as a build-up. There's just so many better items. Yeah, you can press it when you're on ult, because if you have Ags.
Swiftly.
Not otherwise. This is just regular ulti. If you have Ags, then yes. So
Forward.
if you are playing core, I don't see how an Atos build just isn't better
Faster.
than against the right heroes. I just feel like an Atos build would just be better. It gives
I'll
you
not argue.
raw HP, which you need. It gives you intelligence, which is mana pool that you need. And it has a very inexpensive disable that you could help layer with Frostbite and Nova to just control fights better. Because really, as a core,
On.
when you play it before, you're kind of relying on your ulti to do most of the work, and your base skills are fine, but like not the most powerful. Not like typical mid performance. But I could definitely see like
Here I come.
walking around and ganking a side lane and doing this shit. And
Your
going
middle
Frostbite
tower is
into
under
I
Atos,
thought as much.
into like 1 second later, Frostbiting again type shit. This is like kind of viable gank.
Your middle tower
You're
is
still
under
very
attack.
slow and your armor still sucks, but this has some potential. You can farm stacks with it. I guess
Your
that's true.
judgment
Crystal Maiden.
comes.
All right. Okay, cool. Dorkseer, vacuum radius has been decreased. Little nerf there. Surge mana cost is up. Distance for max power increased for normal punch, so a little bit less damage. Just little baby nerfs. It'll affect its win rate a little bit, but not that bad. Dark Willow Bedlam is now in 900 range. Ally targeted ability can target self. Okay. If cast on an ally, Jex travels to the ally. Add 800 spin and spins around. Okay, that's really cool. Basically, it makes the hero more viable from a support. Because you can cast it on your initiator. That's really good. The problem with Bedlam a lot of times is that you don't really get a lot of opportunities to use it as a Dark Willow support. Because you're just too squishy to run in and truly utilize it. You have to rely on your items or Blink Dagger or something like that to utilize it. So this is great. Most of the time you cast Terrorize and then you're like casting Bramble and then you run away. It's not a lot of... You use it for like solo kills sometimes, but yeah. This is a nice change to the hero that should really improve your win rate. Bedlam does a shitload of damage, by the way. It does 70 times 4 damage per second. So that's 280 damage per second at level 6. It's like, assuming that every attack goes on the guy. So if you're standing directly on him, I could definitely see some like Dark Willow 3 shit work, actually. Like, you're 3 Dark Willow, you have a Clockwork or something, you hit 6. then he just goes in and cogs the guy you bedlam in. Like, that just seems really good to me. This looks broken, in my opinion. I think this is going to increase the viability of the hero by a lot. A lot. Because you're like a Darkseer. You're like a better Darkseer. Like, they're going to have to nerf the bedlam damage, like, right away. Like, play it while you can. This shit's too good. It's countered by BKB, sure, but it still does, like, half the damage. And it still does an insane amount of damage. Like, it does so much damage, guys. It does 480 damage per second for 5 seconds. Like, this shit's really good. So the fact you can cast it on allies at 900 range, I guess it has to travel to them. That's like one of the downsides, but
You think a glowing rock is gonna stop me? Let's go, Jix.
Oh, pardon.
Prepare for battle.
dude, that's fast. I mean, it does so much damage,
I can
guys.
take care of myself.
All right.
We're going on a little field trip, Jix.
All right, let's see how much damage it does.
That's right.
Jix, protect me. Can't stay in one place too long.
1,050 damage. Assuming nothing else is around, it does 1,050 damage. Like, that's so much. That's like the best level 6 damaging ultimate in the game. So, like,
You sure?
if your carry... Alright, this is what makes Bedlam broken in ability draft, guys. If you get Bedlam with AoEs, Bedlam becomes broken. Because what happens is, it's like Eclipse, basically. It's the same reason that Luna has loose glaives. It's because if you're sitting here bedlaming for a couple seconds, it sucks. Because you're like, well, I'm just spreading the damage out. That doesn't feel good. But if you pair Bedlam with an AoE nuke, it just becomes a lot better.
If they thought we were
Give me a
annoying
creep wave.
before, wait till they see us now.
I'm just going to turn this on and do this twice. Watch.
Alright, Jix. We'll have some
It's
fun.
like, that,
Time
you
to
know,
get into
everything dies, and then the thing that has a lot of HP, it gets to do damage. So basically, if you just take some carry like Sven or some shit, and slap this shit on him when
See
he's
where the
going
road
in,
takes us.
he's just going to be really happy.
I have a surprise for you.
Because his chances of getting a kill is just so much higher. You know? It's a lot of damage, and it doesn't cost you much. It's 30-second cooldown, 100 mana. You could just put this shit on your carry while they're farming if you really want to clear stacks and stuff. Like, there's so many good uses of this. I think this is a really cool quality of life buff to Dark Willow. I'm really into this. I think this is going to make the hero way more fun to play.
Ice is
Until your
not
allies
easy
start
for what I
doing
hope
moronic
for.
things, and it's not going to feel so good. Alright, it is 9 p.m. In 11 hours, I have to be at my friend's house to go canoeing. I think we're going to have to accelerate a little bit here. Dawnbreaker base armor increased by 1. Starbreaker cast point improved. Easier to cast, more armor. Ag's Shard no longer improves the cast point. Cool. And Solar Guardian stun now pierces debuff immunity. Cool, so I can stun through BKB. Buff. Dizzle, one of my favorite heroes. Mana cost decrease for Grave. That's good. Shadow Wave mana cost decrease. That's good. Shadow Wave was like kind of mediocre, I thought. Ag's Scepter upgrade can now bounce between allies and enemies regardless of who it's cast on. Thank God. That was like the dumbest thing about it. That you'd have to like choose whether to cast it on an ally or an enemy. You basically always cast it on an ally or yourself, and thus it didn't really do what you were spending 4,000 gold on. So the fact that you can now pick and choose is going to be really helpful. This is good. Is it still worth buying? Probably. The fact that it's low mana cost and you can just like cast it in the fight and it's going to bounce and do more damage and minus armor, it's probably at close to an inflection point where it just is broken, is my guess. Bad Juju instances, the health cost increase now stack independently of each other. That's good. This needed to happen actually. The problem before was that you would cast it once, the duration would go up by like 12, and if you cast it again, that duration would increase by another 12. And then you'd be waiting like 24 seconds for all that to go away. And if you cast it again towards the end of that 12, that would be like now there's like 30 seconds of punish. But what this means now is that if you cast it, like before you'd have to get clean on drugs kind of thing. It's like you'd have to like detox or some shit so that bad juju would no longer affect you at all. Now it's like you're like occasionally abusing drugs, but as long as you don't go too hard, it doesn't like completely wipe you out. It's only if you use it a lot in like 20 seconds that it's going to really fuck your HP up. So what this is saying is that Valve thinks it's okay to abuse drugs sometimes when you're playing Dazzle. Harm reduction. I don't know enough about drug use to really follow this up, but I think my initial point is good. All right, health cost increased duration decreased from down to 20 seconds at all level. That's good. That's really good. I'm sorry, the duration of 12 is how much armor you give your allies or decrease your enemies. The health cost increased duration is also reduced. So it's about a 20-second window. So if I use it and then I use it 19 seconds later, it's not like grief like it was before. It was just grief before. So basically you couldn't really spam bad juju slowly over time. Like basically you should be pressing bad juju every 20 seconds when you play Dazzle now. Whereas before you had to be a little bit careful how you used it. You have to be like, oh, my shit's on cooldown. Guess I can't use it for a while. Or my stuff was on like high cooldown. I just found myself only using it a lot during team fights, and I would forget to use it otherwise. But now you can just remember to use it every 20 seconds approximately, and if you're off by a little bit, it doesn't matter. You're only losing a little bit more HP. So, it should be easier. Core Dazzle with Midas. I mean, it's more viable because the cooldown is 20, or the punishment is 20 seconds instead of 30. That part is good. But, it's probably still bad with Midas. Midas cooldown got increased to 100 seconds anyways, right? It's just really good with all items that are low cooldown. If you have an item that has like under 30-second cooldown, Bad Juju is great. You shouldn't think of like, oh, a refresher orb or something as something that you want to lower the cooldown on. It's not really that good, I don't think. But if you're talking mech or Greaves or Holy Locket or Pavis or Force Staff or Glimmer Cape, those are all great items to buy with Bad Juju. All right, the attack speed talent's replaced with Poison Touch attack range. That was so needed. This talent was at 15. It was just like, bro, by the time I get to level 15, Poison Touch attacking people is gone. All right, Dazzle is now, I'll say, Dazzle is now officially a viable core as of this talent change. Maxing Poison Touch and using it to continuously attack somebody is viable. Even as a support, it is more viable because it's a level 10 talent, which is like a point in the game where you're like, still kind of attacking people a lot. As a core, it's going to be better because you're going to hit 10 faster, and you're going to better be able to abuse this with like 900 attack range. But cast Poison Touch, continue attacking one guy, lower his movement speed, buy some attack range or some attack speed, like some Treads build. Totally viable here. Oh, I forgot about Greaves with the cooldown. That's a good point. Greaves with Bad Juju isn't technically good because if you use it too early, you don't get the heal. But I guess same with mech. But if there's a guy, hypothetically, I could Greaves a guy and myself, and then like 20 seconds later, Greaves somebody else that wasn't there for the first one. So it's still slightly good. It just, you have to know the interaction. You're right. Good point though. Maybe Holy Locket's the way to go. Anyways, Dazzle core more viable here for sure. The attack speed talent at 15, yeah. You're gonna see Dazzle mid in your pubs like instantly now. Ags is gonna be better. Ags also works, right? Because, yeah, he's just so much better. I think Dazzle Core is actually ready to go. Because the Ags doesn't attack, right? The Shadow Wave hits people. And then
Who needs healing?
bounces enemies. When it bounces, they take damage and heals nearby allies. Dazzle also performs an attack, yeah. So the mid Dazzle, he's universal as well. You could potentially buy like a Veil on him too. It's kind of cool. It would increase the burn. It's probably not worth it over some like medallion or something. Medallion's really good on Dazzle too. You can lower their armor, bigger uptime. But yeah, basically go mid Dazzle, get the 10 talent, attack people a lot. You might be a little bit squishy, but you can probably solve that with something. And then 15 talent, you get the attack speed talent, attack much faster. Buy Ags. Then you can Shadow Wave yourself and your enemies. Get an extra attack in. It's probably finally viable. The talents finally make sense, I think. We're finally there. All right, where are you at, Dazzle? Death Prophet, base movement speed up by 5. Exorcism, spirit damage is up by 3 damage. Spirit Siphon move speed slow replaced with Crypt Swarm applies 50% slow for 1 second. I'm down for that. I like spamming Crypt Swarm on people. I think it's a good time. Especially with the Ags. This talent's actually really good with Ags. Because now you're getting a slow for 1 second when they get hit by the Crypt Swarm. Then your little ghosty comes in and also slows them. So this now gives you 2 slows from Crypt Swarm instead of just 1. And by all means, Spirit Siphon damage and heal is great. but being able to apply slow twice is potentially really strong. Could really help her control fights a bit better. So that's cool. Thunderstrike, if the target is trapped inside the kinetic field, Thunderstrike now hits all other enemies in the field. That's cool. A nice change. Thunderstrike, kind of just a bad ability. But this is a cool way to farm, actually. Core Disruptor, guys. Nah, you don't really need that because Thunderstrike you could kind of use on creeps. But level 10 talent plus Thunderstrike radius is what you don't really need now because of this other one. Replaced with plus 10 Thunderstrike damage per strike. All right, Disruptor Core. Maybe we're getting online. Plus 10 strike damage per strike. So let's do some math really quick. So it's going to do 115, then 125, then 135, then 145. So we're doing 40 plus 30 plus 20 plus... No, that's not right. It's plus 10 per strike. So it's 30 plus 20 plus 10. So 60 more damage. So if you get this talent, you're doing 60 more damage with a full round of Thunderstrikes. And to me, that is underwhelming. Is that really it? Is that really it? This seems really underwhelming. Did I do my math wrong?
The Stormcrafter comes.
Look. If you ever do this skill build in a pub, I will flame you. Distraction Slacks.
Prepare for battle.
Charged up. Thunderclap. Fleet of foot.
345.
Yes. Beware the clouds. Rolling thunder.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's as bad as we thought it was. That was 45 extra damage,
Advance.
which is 75% of 60. So this is a 60 damage talent. And they also removed the... Oh, the shard gives you more strikes. Okay, it makes shard better though. 6 strikes.
That way.
How much more damage does it do here? Should be 90 more damage with the shard,
Faster.
not counting the 2 extra strikes.
Thunder rolls. Rampant. Come now.
I mean, that's pretty good. 630 damage is kind of a lot, actually. Could help justify the shard, actually.
Fleet of
Go
foot.
shard. I mean, look at this cast range, actually. Like, this is actually a viable Slacks build.
Go.
I'm not even kidding. If you max Thunderstrike, and at 15 minutes you buy your shard, and then eventually you get this level 10 talent,
Yes.
this could be you sitting in... This is your Disruptor teamfight impact. You're like,
From Upland Druid.
literally...
I'm helping.
I'm not ready.
And then you just cast this every, like, 9 seconds. The cast range is pretty small, though.
Beware the clouds. That way.
You don't really need a lens and a telescope. I mean, it takes a
Advance.
long time for this damage to be done, though, is the problem. But and then if we're kind of fielded, they all take the damage, which is kind of cool. I mean, it's kind of a cool change. I like it.
Faster.
It allows for build flexibility. It allows for core flexibility. I'm happy.
I shall lay my enemies low.
Okay. Doom. Scorched Earth, now upgradable by Aghanim's Shard. Heals Doom and controlled units for 60% of the damage values. Controlled units? What the hell is that? Why is that there? Why controlled units? You want Doom to get a Helm of the Dominator? And run in? Ag Shard upgrade removed. That's probably fine. They upped the stun duration. It was a good shard, but it was like kind of... It was kind of good. It was good, but it was like, eh. Scorched Earth allows you to play more of a raid boss, which is kind of cool. Run in with Scorched Earth, maybe go some Radiant Shard build. 60% of the damage values. It's pretty good. Doom no longer applies mute. Now makes the target unable to be healed. Damage per second increased. And the cooldown is decreased. So yeah, you guys said Doom no longer dooms. That's true. So it silences. It's a silence. Doom is now a silence. Doom is a 16-second silence. There's a silence that prevents healing as well. So that means it is. You can still use items though. You can now use items. You could press BKB. It's not dispellable, but and like BKB won't stop it, but it would protect you from other heroes. So you can BKB, you can Force Staff, you can Glimmer, you can do a lot of things. It's gonna definitely change the hero's playstyle in kind of a big way. Because before he was very much like a, if I press this button, I like win the fight. This one guy can't do shit. And now it's just different. They can escape basically with their own items. So dooming supports is like garbage now basically. Dooming cores, still good. Dooming carries, garbage. Straight up bad. Because they can't cast spells. Most carries don't care that much. Because they can still BKB. They can't heal, I guess. So like, I don't know, it's kind of good. Against carries, it's kind of good. You can doom carries and they can't use Satanic. You can doom heroes that have heal supports. So it's, I don't know, it's kind of good, it's kind of bad. There's more counterplay, basically. They have more counterplay, but against certain counterplay, it's better. It's better against supports that heal, like your Ios and Witch Doctors and Chens and stuff, which is kind of cool. It's better against Satanics, kind of. Yeah, it's just better against Satanics, actually. Because it doesn't matter if they have the item, they don't heal. It's kind of better against fight to death carries that don't buy BKB. That sounds kind of cool. Necro counter? Yeah, but it was definitely totally fine against Necro before. I would argue that it is worse against Necro now than it was before. I guess before the problem is that like you could get doomed and you'd still have a lot of HP regen going if you had a lot of stacks. But against pro players, that doesn't matter. You're just going to fucking die. But now, as Necro, you could actually buy an item to deal with that. I could buy a Force Staff, or I could buy a Glimmer Cape. So I would argue that you are better against Doom now, personally. So we'll see how this plays out. This is a huge change to Dota. It's going to change Doom's playstyle a little bit and how you think about it. Or it's not going to, and I'm wrong. And it's going to be used about the same way. But it's kind of cool. It's a lot of damage. The damage per second is also increased. I just noticed that. So the damage is higher on Doom and prevents healing. So if you're dooming some guy that has like a heart or 60 HP per regen, that's a lot of damage. So Doom does way more damage now than it did before, without a doubt. So that's a cool change. So maybe still good at solo killing by itself. Doom and Infernal Blade, you can kill people easier, but they can protect themselves with items, BKB, Glimmer Cape, stuff like that. So maybe worthwhile. Morphine Strength, then Doomed. True. That would prevent you from changing it. You would not get any heal from it, and they would still take damage. Basically what it means is that you would become strength morphed, your damage would be going down, your armor would be going down, and you wouldn't get the benefit of HP. But if you had high HP while doomed before you strength morphed, then it wouldn't really matter that much. You would just be like a normal hero and you'd be losing damage. Okay. 20 talent. Doom cooldown replaced with Infernal Blade damage, which is probably needed because that 20 like low Doom cooldown was kind of good. And then 25 is Doom applies mute. So you could have actual Doom. It's either break or mute. Mute is probably always better unless you are against like a Spectre. Yeah. But I think it's fine at level 25. You can get there pretty fast with the Midas, keep in mind, but Dragonite Dragon Tail. Cast range during Dragon Form increased by 50. Elder Dragon Form bonus movement speed is up. Corrosive Breath damage is up. Breathe Fire talent is buffed because people are going that like Midas Manta build pretty exclusively, but that 85% Fire Breath damage is really good. It's a lot of damage. It's like close to a 600 damage AoE nuke. Pretty cool. Draw Ranger Glacier. While in Glacier, marksmanship now isn't disabled by enemies in the proximity. Okay, that makes sense. So that was the problem, right? Like you're up there, but like you don't have marksmanship, so who cares? So you get to keep marksmanship when people are in melee range, and you can freely walk off the glacier over the barrier, so you aren't limited to being able to walk down. So this is just like good. It's basically 8 seconds where marksmanship doesn't get disabled, so you could like fight some like gap closer to the death. This seems really good. This will really help her viability, I feel like, against different heroes. And then multi-shot wave decreased, no longer increased the total channel time, making all waves faster. Okay, so basically, before, because it had extra waves, that means that you would spend more time multi-shotting, whereas now you get an extra wave and it's the same multi-shot speed as before. So all waves just come out faster now, so you just shoot quicker. So if anything, it just makes your multi-shot better by 1 wave, which isn't a huge amount, but it's still good, I guess. It's bugged on Glacier with level 25. Okay. Boulder Smash. Creep damage multiplier increase, so better at farming for Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit completely untargetable and invulnerable while rolling. Still vulnerable during the delay after the cast. So it's like while you're about to roll. But once you're rolling, you're untargetable and invulnerable. So that means you can't roll through like ice paths. You can roll through like ice paths now. People can't like hex you while you're rolling. They can't like force staff you while you're rolling. Seems fine. For pros, it's going to matter a little bit for sure. Because it's a little bit harder to like catch you. But, you know, stunning him while he's about to roll is always possible. Spell amp buff at 10. Magnetized damage and duration increased 15. Oh, that kind of looks like a... Man, you can do so much damage actually with... the spell amp talent and the magnetize. Like, why don't you just play Earth Spirit mid and go like Veil or something, and then just start smashing people in side lanes? Seems kind of good to me, but I guess everyone goes rolling boulder distance, like literally everybody. So maybe that talent's not viable. But you could also go like a Radiance build. I feel like some Radiance like spell lifesteal, maybe not. Earthshaker Enchant Totem, base attack range up. Radius for Aftershock is up. That's great. Elder Titan Echo Stomp, radius decrease. That hero's winning a decent amount. Ember Guard, radius, Flame Guard up. Cast point for Remnant is up, so it's a little bit more of a window to get caught. Can't do as many like outplay things. Ag Shard burn radius decreased. That's because it would start. Okay, this is good. You could cast the Ag Shard, and before the Shard even got there, like whenever your Fire Remnant would come out, it would instantly do damage in that place, even before the Remnant got there. So pros were using it to basically instantly break Blink Daggers. Because you would cast it and instantly they would take burning damage, and Blink was broken. So now the radius is smaller, and the Remnant has to get there before it does damage. So it works the way it looks like it works. So nerf to Ember Spirit, which is good. Not that the hero is the most broken, but those are like quality of life things that were not cool. Enchantress, one of the lowest win rate heroes in pubs. One of the most broken heroes in pro games. Base damage dropped by 2. Egg Scepter increases number of max enchanting creeps by 1. Previously, that's the... Oh, sorry. Egg Scepter doesn't now. Previously, the Shard also did that. Untouchable's worse. Little Friends and Ags. Okay, roots the target and plays for 2 seconds, plus extra for each creep in range when cast upon a maximum of 5. So you get Little Friends and Sproink. That's pretty sick. Targets decreased from 3 to 2, so you don't throw out 3 extra, you throw 2 out extra. Additional enemy search range decreased. Cooldown increased to 8 seconds. That's a big difference. Sproink is significantly worse. I'm kind of sad because the rare times I got Sproink, it was really fun, but it's not like I play Enchant regularly. Little Friends is pretty cool. Some root lockdown. Some Enchantresses by Scythe. I could see Little Friends, like Ags, being the solution now because it's free root. You can root for 5 seconds, which is bonkers good. I don't know, that seems cool. What's a Shard now? Why is there a big difference in win rate in pro versus pubs and Enchantress? The reason is that Enchantress is one of the best laning heroes in the game. So pro teams are organized, right? So you're good at compounding advantages. You take these advantages in the early game and you turn them into something really awesome. in pub games, you're less coordinated. You're playing with randoms. So even if you create like a really good early game with Enchantress, you don't necessarily coordinate to do good things afterwards. So what pros do, they, for example, they win their lane well with Enchantress. They take control of creeps with Enchant. And then they use those creeps to bully people out of the lane. And then they use those creeps to go gank other lanes. So go gank mid, possibly get a kill with a creep in here. You can use the creep to contest runes. You can use it to scout. And then what you do is when the catapult comes at 5 minutes, you come mid with a creep. And then you gank mid. If it's successful, then you get those creeps to tank the tower while the tower is being hit by your creep and your creep wave and your catapult. So you can kill towers and accelerate the game basically. And then later on, your hero's hard to kill. Just naturally, so you don't have to spend as much on survivability items. Your opponents can't kill you as easy. You can do damage if you stay alive, like a lot of damage with impetus. And yeah, and all those, and that like the mid gank for the catapult, for example, it's made better if your other support comes, which in a pro game you can coordinate. So for all these reasons, Enchantress is just way better with a coordinated team. If that makes sense. Oh, I'm sorry, it is Shard. All right, thank you guys. Shard is Sprink now. That's amazing. That's actually so good. Ag Scepter, Shard, amazing. This is so good. Because you just get to farm. I don't see why Core Inch isn't a thing now. It's an 8-second cooldown, which is kind of a lot, but this is just like amazing. You could just play Core Inch, hit 15 minutes, buy Shard, instantly AoE farm. Seems really good. Like, it's amazing. Impetus does bonus damage to creeps, so you're just going to like walk into a creep wave and click Sprink for 50 mana and nuke a bunch of creeps. Like, one-shot them, pretty much. Yeah, Core Inch is back, guys, legitimately. Support Inch is probably fine, too. 2 total targets, so used to be 3. I mean, I still think it's okay. It's still not that bad. It's still good. It's still like free impetuses. You'll definitely notice the difference in team fights. And Sprunk, by the way, you can do this even if you're rooted. So I don't know. People are gonna abuse this. Like that's gonna get nerfed within like 2 weeks. I feel like. All right, Enigma Demonic Conversion no longer casts on units. Now is a no target ability that summons 3 Eidolons, 100 units left, right, and behind Enigma, and it has a health cost in addition to its mana cost. Whoa. Oh, that kind of makes sense because you're like pulling it from your body or whatever. Thank you for the sub, Gooftastic. Sorry about the ads, guys. All right, I'll wait for the ads. I didn't notice them starting. Good time to drink water. I need a banana. Yoink. What a banana. Bananas, man. Okay. Demonic Conversion no longer casts on units. If you guys didn't see this coming, you are unrealistic. They nerfed Lich in the ground. They removed the ability to kill allied creeps. It's just like too impactful in pro games. The fact that you can deny enemy creeps. Like, it's still a lot of damage, and you can still use it to, like, get a lot done. The toughest thing about this is that it's health and mana. Like, it's going to hurt you a lot in terms of sustain. The other problem was that Enigma had a lot of base damage from being universal, so supports were basically leveraging that to have, and Malefice did a lot of damage. Like, Enigma was not the most picked in the last tournament, but like it was pretty. There were some teams that picked him a lot. So there will be more idle on uptime in some ways because you don't need to be around a creep. That part's kind of good. So in some ways you're gonna farm better, but yeah, you will definitely need some HP regen. I'm not sure what you do for the health regen though. Helm of Iron Will build is fine. Basically, you get health regen from that. So if you go Helm of Iron Will for the Helm of the Dominator offlane Enigma, you're fine. Support Enigma is going to hurt from this big time, though. So maybe that's part of it. Like, you could still play it support if you want. Malefice does a lot of damage, and your right click is really solid. But losing the health is definitely going to add up over the course of the laning stage. Yeah, Tranquils could work, but it's just kind of goofy. Midnight Pulse damages more often, which is fine. Nerf to the talent. Definitely worse hero, without a doubt. Because you're not going to be able to just like abuse your opponents as much by denying creeps. Faces Void. Loses his 15 talent. Goes up to 20 now. It's now time lock damage. So now you can actually get that talent. That talent's pretty bad. Because when you do time lock, it's only 25% of the 24% of the time. So it's 24% of 50 is your damage, more or less, about there. It's a little bit higher because you can proc multiple time locks, but and outside of that or time dilation slow per cooldown. So depending on the game, you'll go either talent, I think. Whereas before you'd always go time lock cooldown. And now this is the time lock cooldowns on the 20, the Chronosphere attack speed ones. So now people have to choose like defense or attack speed. So this is going to make it harder to be a Void. You don't really get both. Time walk cooldowns can be 6 seconds, so you're going to have more of a window to actually kill Void now at all stages of the game. Or he won't be able to kill you in Chronosphere as easily, which is good. Oh, Grimstroke. Phantom's Embrace now refreshes when the Phantom reaches Grimstroke rather than the moment Rend damage is dealt. They might have done this to fix the bug that Fog showed me. You could basically cast multiple Phantom's Embrace. Like, you could throw 2 on the same guy. There was like a little bit of a window where you could spam it as it was finishing, killing like a creep. You could cast like multiples on one guy. So I think it's refreshing because it's kind of a nerf though. Doesn't this mean that it doesn't refresh until it gets back to you? Because it comes back to you after you cast it. So you better be getting some buffs because this is a nerf. It is faster. It is, but it's a nerf because before it'd finish and you could recast it like right away. So there's going to be a delay now. There's going to be a bigger window when it finishes after damaging somebody where they could cast a spell. Anyways, buff duration for 2 seconds on Inkswell can now be detonated via Ink Explosion sub-ability at any time during its effect to end it with an AoE explosion. That's great. And the sub-ability replaces Inkswell for the duration of the buff. Cool. So it's not going to be difficult to double cast it. Cooldown starts upon cast. Max stun duration is higher early. So they basically made Inkswell easier to play with. I like this. Basically, first of all, the buff duration lasts longer. So number 1, you get movement speed for longer. Number 2, it's going to do more damage per second for longer. So if you want to do max damage, it does more damage. It's 2 more seconds of damage. It does like, what, 26 damage per second or something? Oh, sorry, it's 70. So if you want, it does 140 more damage. And you can basically use it on harder to kill heroes now. You don't have to pair it necessarily with some guy that also it blink stuns. You can put it on any initiating hero and you can cast it and you can pop it as soon as you want, basically. Which is nice. If you want to do that. So easier to coordinate, easier to use on yourself as a damage ability, easier to push creep waves with this if you want to, easier to run away with this if you want to. Easier to initiate. The only downside is that Phantom's Embrace is worse. And then Soulbind now fully pierces debuff immunity. It didn't? I don't know. Okay. So the only thing I don't like about this is it still is kind of like looking at Grimstroke as like an Inkswell only hero, but it's fine. I mean, it does 70 times 5 damage. I mean, Inkswell does a lot of damage now. If you get 5 seconds on a guy, that's 350 damage plus 360. It's like a 700 AoE damage nuke at level 4. And then it also stuns for like 2.8 seconds. You can also instantly dispel allies with the shard. Oh, that's a good point. Great point. That's a really good point. If shard's on them, yeah, as soon as they get stunned, you can pop it instead of having to wait. And it also, with the shard, it also heals, right? So if it does more damage now, you can really just tank with this skill. I don't think you could justify like a Radiance, but like you could put this on yourself, run in, life stealing for 5 seconds, and then healing. It's pretty cool. All right, Gyrocopter. It's slow resistance, bro. I was reading this in the patch notes, and I was like, something is, one of his base skills is slowing people. I was like, that just seems broken, that Rocket Barrage could slow by up to 50%. Slow resistance. Now you can use Rocket Barrage to run away or run in. So it should be easier for Gyro to run in and out of fights. Definitely a big buff to Gyro support. And frankly, good for Gyro Core too. The only downside is you actually have to max the ability to get the slow resistance advantage, but still good. The uptime is high. 3 seconds out of 5.5. It's good. Flat Cannon Radius increased again. And it grants bonus vision at night, which is great for jungling. Really good for jungling. And the Aghanim Scepter Side Gunner now attacks an additional target when Flat Cannon is active. 2 targets at the same time? That's amazing. Is it only 2 targets? Could it be the same person? If it's only like 2 people, if it's like I turn on Flat Cannon and my Side Gunner just doubles up on the same guy, that seems really good. I don't like Ags very much, but this could make it a lot better for sure. Because you've got a lot of talents on this hero that make Flak better. Lowers the cooldown. I can't remember what they are. Movement speed during barrage, health. Flat Cannon attacks +3. That one's going to be really good. Because that means for 10 attacks, for 10 regular attacks, you're getting bonus Side Gunner, potentially. I think this is going to hit one person. This could be an incredible damage increase. This makes Ags so much better. Whereas it was kind of shit before.
A new airstrike beacon.
Prepare for battle.
Repositioning.
Okay, it's still AoE.
I have visual.
Alright, it doesn't attack the same guy. But it would still mean that you're still doing more damage in a team fight. I mean, if I'm in the middle of like 3 heroes or something.
Yes, sir.
See. It's still like increasing your damage. It still makes Side Gunner better for these attacks, you know. It's not bad, but yeah, once you get the 15 talent for the Flat Cannon attacks, it's definitely really good.
Quit your mumbling.
When I play Gyro carry, I definitely max flak pretty fast. So I go like 2 or 3 points Rocket Barrage in lane with 1 homing missile, and then I max flak. But I've seen pros go like mostly flak with less Rocket Barrage. And the extra night vision is really, really nice because you need to see your opponents to get the flak. So if you're jungling at night, pulling creeps together and flacking them all down, it's just going to be easier. And the radius is up too. So you're going to be able to farm really fast with Gyro. I think Gyro carry is probably looking good, especially because with this slow resistance here, you also need BKB a little bit less because you can actually just cut through the slow a lot. So I think Yasha Gyro is pretty sick, especially with the slow resistance now. BKB is becoming less popular or less necessary. Maybe like Ags, Yasha. You kind of need the Falcon Blade for the mana regen though. Not sure. But you could definitely argue that like Maelstrom's less valuable, less needed with the flak change and with the Ags change. I feel like you don't really need Maelstrom that much. I think it's not worth it. I'd rather have like a fighting build and use flak a lot. Scurry for Hoodwink now provides attack and cast range when activated. Okay. Which is important. Attack range and cast range means that if your attack range goes up, it's easier to cast Acorn Shot. If your cast range goes up, you can cast your second skill. So that means if you Scurry, you can cast your spells from farther away. And the bonus from Scurry does not doubly apply to Acorn Shot. That's because if you got a Telescope on Hoodwink, it increased your attack range, which makes your Acorn Shot shoot farther, and your cast range also made it shoot farther. So it not doubly applying is wise. Sharpshooter now deals half the damage to creeps that bolt flies through. That's cool. Totally fine. A little bit better against summon type lineups. And you're not going to use it for farm or whatever, but like, you know, dealing more damage in a fight against pushes is good, for example. And if you wanted to, you actually could use Sharpshooter to nuke creep waves a little bit if it was really necessary. And Acceptor now also increases the projectile and charge speed by 25%. Okay, cool. That's the double one, I think. 20 talent replaced with Sharpshooter max damage. Okay. Sure, that sounds fine. It's not that much damage. 125 is not a lot, but... Huh. Alright. Huskar Life Break now additionally slows the target's attack speed by a lot. That's a big buff. Much easier for him to solo kill with that. Makes Blade Mail worse if you get an Ags, but who cares? It's probably fine. Invoker now Universal Hero. Base health regen is up. Base damage is decreased to 2 to 10. Agility, base int. Who does it mean you buy strength items on Invoker? That feels weird. Over int items? His int gain is still really high though. So that's good. Still very smart. Smart dude. What's his damage per level? 5.74 instead of 4.6. Still really high. Damage on level 1 decreased a little bit, but yeah, you're just going to buy Ironwood Branches. Alright, Quas strength per level decreased. No longer grants health regen. Oh, this is like a partial rework. Spell Lifesteal from Quas per orb on cast. So you could like triple Quas drop a Meteor to get 24% spell lifesteal, then switch back. And that's on cast. So casting while on Quas just seems good. The value stored at the moment of spell cast cannot be changed by swapping orbs after. Yeah, so you switch to Quas, cast, switch back. All spell lifesteal works at 1/5 strength on creeps. Does not affect items. Okay, cool. I like this. The downside is oh my god, my freaking mouse wheel. Your lane sustain is going to be way worse. Is the bad part. But you do have more base health regen. So, okay. Wex, agility per level decreased. No longer grants attack speed. Now grants cooldown reduction per orb on all of his abilities and items. Oh my god, this is like... I'm already like so sad for Invoker players' fingers. Because now casting a spell is not like... If I want to cast Chaos Meteor, I have to be like... EEW... R... D left click. I'm sorry. EEWR. Then I have to press W 3 times to get cooldown reduction, for example. Because if I want Chaos Meteor to almost... Alright, if you're full HP, you want cooldown reduction, right? Oh, there's Spell Amp as well. Oh my god, who knows? So if you just do it the lazy way for Chaos Meteor, you're getting... I'm reading down below for Exhort. You're getting 14% Spell Amp and 7 cooldown. Do you want more Spell Amp or do you want more cooldown? Hard to say. Cooldown reduction on Quas on Cold Snap sounds really good though, personally. But you're probably gonna get used to like what you want on all of them. Cooldown reduction on Tornado and EMP sounds reasonable. This still gives you movement speed, just doesn't give you attack speed, which is probably fine. So you probably run around on Wex almost all the time. It's probably just safe to be on Wex all the time. But for like Sunstrikes, obviously. Yeah, you'd probably just stick Sunstrikes all Exhort. It's pretty cool. The cooldown reduction on Max Wex would be 7 times 3, which is 21. Which is really good. So you basically just have 21% cooldown reduction. You lose attack speed though. You lose health regen, but you now gain spell lifesteal, which is sort of health regen. You got cooldown reduction, which is sort of attack speed. So basically right click Invoker builds are just straight up worse. You still will have Alacrity. And arguably you can Alacrity more often with cooldown reduction. So You have to cast spells to get damage is the thing, to do damage. So right click Invoker builds are going to be a little bit less straightforward. And spell amp on exhort. Yeah. So yeah, right click Invoker build's not as good. It's very based on alacrity. Mana cost got decreased, which is fair because if your way to right click routinely is to cast alacrity more often, it being a higher mana cost is not fair. Thank you for the sub, guys. Okay. Oh, Cold Snap now heals Invoker every time it procs. That's really nice that it's just built in. I was wondering about that. So that means that if you go Quas build early, you're basically going to do more Cold Snap trades. Can I use arrow keys? No, I can't. I have to use my fucking mouse. The most overactive mouse wheel. So Cold Snap attack trades. 16 every time it procs, huh? Interesting. Cooldown is more rounded, I guess. What's the duration? 3 seconds, not much. I mean, it's kind of a cool heal. There's Cold Snap in fights, get some nice healing. It's cool. I think it's very interesting. Ghost Walk now grants him health regen and mana regen, Wex. 5 to 40 mana regen Wex while it's active. So you can just Ghost Walk to heal now. That's cool. So if you want to, I mean, it gives you pretty good mana regen, right? Costs 175 mana if you are invis if you have level 2 Wex. And you, I mean, this is cool. This is very interesting. Is support Invoker a thing? It just feels like a lot of resources. You don't have like HP regen from Quas, but you can heal with Cold Snap. It just feels like you could play this shit 4 or something. Because with Ghost Walk, you're just going to be like healing all the time. You're going to like go take a fight, and then you're going to Ghost Walk and go invisible and like be full HP again. You can probably go like Sanj Kai if you really want to. It's kind of overkill. I mean, obviously it takes some levels, but like 15 mana regen from being invis on Ghost Walk, like you're going to heal really fast. You can Tornado and Sunstrike combo at level 2 now. Why? Oh, because the lift duration. I see. 1.2 into 1.7. I mean, I don't know what this is like, but I feel like your hero is way better with just like your levels are god tier on this hero now. Even if you're a support, that's like all you need, actually. That's what it feels like to me. Maybe your movement speed is still too low. Maybe your base damage is bad, but levels are like god tier on this hero. And hypothetically, if you could make that work from a support role, this hero got a lot more interesting. They also buffed the tornado distance. Did they? In the last patch, probably. Yeah, they did in the last patch. It's 1500, so yeah, you're right. Doing Tornado into Sunstrike, much more viable now. Which is 200 damage plus 115. 200 pure, sorry. It is a lot of damage. And the CDR works on items. It's not supposed to. Oh, it does. It is. You're right. I was thinking spell life still not working on items, but the cooldown reduction does work on items. All right, that's that's some fucking Invoker buffs right there. Wow. Support Invoker feels good, yeah. All right. I thought I read the Viper update. Well, I don't know what the 25 talent was, but that was one of the ones I translated for sure. All right, it's 9:46 p.m. I got about an hour before I want to go to bed. I'm about halfway through the patch. Bad sign. I'm gonna run ads really quick. And then pray that I can learn how to read faster. Okay. Bro, it's fucking hot in my room. It's like really hot. Should I open my window? It's so hot. It's like way too hot. Okay. Hopefully the heat exits from my window. Alright, IO Overcharge. Ag's Shard no longer grants bonus spell amp, and Ag's Shard now grants 30% slow resistance. Alright, so it gives you spell lifesteal though. Right? Yeah, still spell lifesteal of 10% and it's slow resistance. It's definitely not as good. It's like losing 10% damage. But it's more like a support thing, you know. You're giving them the ability to heal, and you're giving them slow resistance. Just okay, but not that great. Jakiro Macropyre Scepter no longer increases the distance. The Scepter now increases the width by 70. Okay, so it's wider. It's less increased time, so which is fine. It didn't need to be like 25 seconds. I would rather it's like a little bit more time and more focused. So if the width before was 520. The Ags only increases it by another 70. So it's, I don't know, it's a little bigger, a little girthier, a little bit more duration, and now also adds 2 walls of ice along the edges that slow any enemies trying to cross them by 70%. Damage is pure. The slow pierces debuff immunity. We gotta look at this.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, a little bigger, all right.
Nice one.
Should last for a long time, actually. I think that's more than enough time. Takes tons of damage. It's like Ice Wall, basically.
Over
Which
here.
means you do this.
Now you're talking.
Getting nags on Jakiro is not always the most realistic, but the downside, well, I mean, it does pure damage instead, is what it does. Of magical. Pure damage goes through immunity, and you get those little slow things. I don't know if I would want to justify buying it if I didn't need the pure damage to go through BKB. But I mean, it does increase the damage by like 33% if you do pure instead of magic. So you're increasing the damage. You get the little ice things on the side, so it's harder for them to escape it. They'll take a little bit more damage. It makes the team fight a little bit safer because it's like a ton of duration. It's fine. It's better. Definitely better. It has utility instead of just strictly being about damage, which is good. It's definitely like a buff to the hero. All right, Juggernaut. Blade Fury duration replaced with DPS, so you can spin to do damage better early in the game. The DPS one replaced with Blade Fury cooldown. -3 seconds. What's the cooldown on this thing? 18.
Oh, it's the Juggernaut.
Okay, so you can get it down to 15. 5 out of 15 uptime. And then 20 Blade Lifesteal increased by 10, and it's after armor reduction, so they fixed the bug basically. Okay. So the hero will be basically dead again, is my assumption. Oh my god, I wish I was that far. I mean, you could do some like Radiance build if you really wanted to better, because you can get the Blade for your DPS earlier. Really up your damage, but I just feel like it's probably not good.
Hooray!
Oh, and this person asking mid lane Jakiro, no, I don't think the Ags changes it that much.
Hooray!
Like, if you're a core, you're more viable to buy Ags for sure, because you don't necessarily need to buy support items to defend yourself, but rushing this isn't really that good, because it's just pure damage. Like, pure damage is good when somebody has, like, a pipe, or you're playing against, like, a Viper or something, who has magic resistance built in, then it's good. Or they have like BKB and it allows you to like ulti and they fight in it, but they're still slowed and they're still damaged. Like that's good. But it's not really an item you should rush, I don't think. It's just not that good to rush. Be good against like Meepo or something maybe. Alright, Chakra Magic mana restore is decreased, so the baby little nerf here. And the mana restore and cooldown reduction are now 25% more effective when cast on self. Okay, so buff to Coddle Core, nerf to Coddle Support. It's a little bit worse at healing or regenning like a Adusa. Oh my god. Kunkka Torrent. Damage and slow are now applied to all enemies in the Torrent area throughout the duration, not just to enemies caught by the stun.
Hooray!
Duration meaning once it comes out of the water. Return cast point decrease. That's good. It's going to mess up some boat combos though. Yeah, we'll definitely mess up some boat combos. Alright, I gotta try this. I think I know how this works, but I'm not 100%. Because basically right now the way it works is that Torrent's waiting, and once it pops out, that moment is when the buff is applied to somebody. But hypothetically, if the water shoots out and continues shooting out for 1.6, it could be damaging and slowing people during that. So if I, let's say, max out Torrent like an animal, and I have an enemy Slark with a Blink Dagger, so it works the way that I expected. So even though he doesn't get hit by the stun, it does damage over time while it's coming out. He's still being hit by the damage and the slow duration, which actually makes the knock up and stun duration. I guess that talent's not good. I was thinking the 15 talent here. There used to be one that like made it slow more, I think, but maybe not. The slow duration being 4 it makes that better. It's gonna apply slow more easily. Yep, Ags Kunkka is another reasonable point. It's definitely going to make his Ags better. Because even if somebody like dodges the stun and continues moving. Because basically like the Ags Kunkka, you just like couldn't do anything about it. You're just basically like, well, it either stuns me or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, then it missed me. But now it's like, if you miss the stun and you're running through the fight, and you're running through a water jet, you're going to take damage. So it's definitely going to make the Ags better. You guys are right about that for sure.
My ship has come in.
Definitely Kunkka buffs. For cast range, for spell stuff at least. Legion Commander base strength decreased, movement speed decreased. The hero had a good win rate. Leshrac, Diabolic Edict mana cost down. Lightning Storm talent can bounce twice then you replaced. Oh no. Pulse Nova triggers Lightning Storm. Oh, summons a single boat every 2 seconds. Bro, this is that old talent. This talent used to exist. I remember this talent. I used to advocate for it. The reason it's kind of better in some ways because it just increases your single target damage a lot. It was old Ags, is that what it was? Because basically what it does, especially if you get the Lightning Storm damage talent, you're doing 300 extra damage every 2 seconds. I actually really liked it, and you're slowing them like the whole time too. It's a 1 second slow. It does 240 damage actually. They got buffed in the previous patch. And then you can get it to up to 3. I mean, you have to level 25 to get this, but still. I'm just saying that with Leshrac, with that talent, the right talent, you can actually just kill heroes with it. It's actually good. It's going to be really good, I promise. Diabolic Edict Explosions is good. It's going to help you kill buildings. But if you want to kill heroes, Lightning Storm is going to do so much. Because it's going to slow them for 1 second every 2 seconds. At a rate of 75%. And it's going to do 340 magic damage. And that's just with Pulse Nova. It doesn't cost you extra mana, and you don't have to use Edict to do it. I think the Edict talent has had its lifespan fulfilled, and I'm sure that this talent is good. It has to be good. Unless they have a lot of magic resistance, then it kind of hurts. And it's just a single bolt, but it should still be really good, I think. Lich? Oh my god, I have so much to go. Oh my god. Chain Frost damage talent replaced with Chain Frost on death. Ooh, that's sick. Hell yeah. That one's fun. Chain Frost on death. That's so funny. Just 2 Chain Frosts in a fight every time. Get an Aegis. 3 Chain Frosts. Lich support useful. I mean, it's still good. You're more of like a laning hero kind of a thing. But nah, I'm into this. I think this is really cool. Yeah. Definitely good for a lot of liches. Obviously, there's not always a lot of stuff there, but against like a Lycan or something, it's pretty cool. Because there's stuff to bounce with. Lifestealer, damage talent buffed, health talent buffed. Feast Lifesteal replaced with Feast Lifesteal and damage. That's a big one. That's a big change. People complain about this talent out there. They said it was the shittiest talent because it gave you like 20 health or something per attack or something. Yeah, it's like 12. Gave you 12 HP per 1,000 HP they had. So if they had 2,000 HP, it was a 24 heal per attack talent. Now it's doing that damage and that heal, which is more balanced. 1.2% extra right click is good. I think this talent will probably be better than the rage duration, but kind of depends on the game. If they're tankier, then more damage is good. If they are spellcasty squishier, then rage duration is probably better. Dragon Slave damage is nerfed. Now also burns enemies, dealing damage per second. Damage interval 1 second, burn duration is 2. So actually it does more damage at the end. That's really nice. And mana rescale for Light Strike Ray. They're just buffing Lina big time. So delays blink. Makes last hitting slightly harder, but you do more damage, so you'll jungle faster. You'll push creep waves faster. Laguna Blade supercharges Lina, granting her 10 stacks of Fiery Soul for 5 seconds. I mean, Shard's just amazing now. 10 stacks? 10
The
stacks?
heat is on.
I mean, you just buy Shard every time, and you're going to start a fight using ulti now. 10 stacks of Fiery Soul means you get 200 more damage for her other abilities. So that's pretty sick. I mean, Lina spellcast is here, guys. It's back. It's been a while, but it's back. And you can attack with it as well or whatever, but, you know. Damage boost gets applied to the ult as well. Oh, cool. So you don't... you should still cast it pretty early, though. Land Stun, throw Laguna Blade, Dragon Slave. I bet you could cast 2 of these, too. Offlane Lina seems like a thing. I don't know about that. I don't think that's viable. Your movement speed's too bad. You need levels. Like, I think she's more viable as a support or a mid. Probably. Lion Mana Drain no longer has a mana cost. Good for him. Can now target allies without the 15 talent. Grants a bonus movement speed when used on allies and no longer drains mana from Lion when the ally target's at full mana. Movement speed and mana restored are decreased by 50% of the slow and mana stolen values. So if it does 35% movement slow, you're giving your teammates like, what, 17% movement speed? And 60 mana per second. And if they're full, you stop giving them mana, but they're still fast. Okay. So basically, mana drain is now another way to give mana to allies. Pretty much. Seems pretty good. So Lion Dusa just straight up buffed a lion. Right? The other, like, just straight up a buffed a lion. I can't believe they just buffed him here. Like, completely buffed. This is a no way nerf, right? Hex Talent replaced with Earth Spike affects a 30-degree cone. It's a big cone. It's a really good one. I'm surprised they just fully buff Lion. Lion was picked like a decent amount. I'm surprised. Lone Druid Bear is now a universal creep hero unit, has 0 base attributes and does not gain them with level, but attributes received from buffs or items fully affect the bear as they would for universal heroes. Okay. So it allows you to buy more items, basically. Bear can't gain experience, but the health and damage increases with Lone Druid's level. Okay. It also has its own Egg, Scepter, and Shard upgrades. Oh. The Scepter allows him to attack at any range from Lone Druid and to survive if he dies. That's old Eggs. The Shard grants an ability, fetch. Spirit Bear roots the targeted unit or rune and uncontrollably drags them towards the Lone Druid for 2.25. Okay. Spirit Bear is slowed by 20% during this. The target's gradually dealt 300 damage over the duration. Bear is not slowed down while fetching a rune. Okay. So it's like lasso kind of. Pull them back, damage them, then you attack them afterwards. It's kind of weird. I mean, more stuff to spend on the Lone Druid. Now you can be like 14 slotted. Egg Scepter Lone Druid severs the link to his spirit bearer and connects to the target allied hero, sharing the spirit link bonuses with them for 20 seconds. Ah. Armor sharing and attack speed bonuses are increased by 35%. Damage done by the ally heals Lone Druid as well as the other way around. Spirit bearer is feared for the duration of the transformation, unless he has his own Ag Scepter. Okay, so if you have 2 Ag Scepter, it's all cool. You can just buff up your teammate. If your bear is dead, Ags is also good because you can just use your second skill to buff up like some other core on your team. And you get armor, and you can give armor to them too. Armor and attack speed bonuses, and you get bonuses, like 35% extra. So that seems pretty good. That's like 26% armor shared. Very good to put on like a Sven. I mean, you would just get a lot of attack speed too, like 80 attack speed to your ally. It's kind of cool. Could this work as a support? Probably not. Too expensive. Not viable. True form no longer increases BAT. That's fine. It's fine. Alchemist to feed the second axe. That's true. Al could do it, but it's just really expensive. It's not worth it. Ag Shard upgrade removed. Ag Shard upgrades Moonglaves when activated. Oh yeah, I knew it was gonna be some Ag Slab thing. The Moonglaves rotate around your hero. They reduce any damage she takes by 20%. If the glaive collides, it deals 75% of attack once per its revolution. 6 seconds out of 25, cost 25 mana. So basically they can... She basically takes less damage for 6 seconds. The glaives can only hit 4 times total, which is basically 3 attacks if all 4 hit. And that's it. So damage reduction and farming and killing. Better single target damage. It's fine. It's not really whirling axes, but it's like, yeah, it's damage reduction and stuff like that. It's kind of weird. I mean, if you haven't seen it in Ag Lab, I can demo it really quick, but it doesn't look that cool.
Nova could use a snack.
I wouldn't say necessarily that.
Prepare for battle.
And maybe it is really good.
Yes. Here.
So what I'm curious about is how many...
Nice one.
Illuminating.
Oh, it can hit everybody once.
Here.
That looked kind of weird to me.
Stalking. Let's go.
Oh, it's still hitting, actually. Yeah, it is actually really good at farming. Once per rotation? So what's per revolution mean that...
Absolutely. Far the night.
Alright, how many total attacks can it do on somebody? 4, 5, 6. It's a lot. It's like 12 attacks. It's a shitload.
Quickly now.
It might apply attack mods. It should, because it's... we'll see. It does not. Yeah, it does not. I mean, it's still really good. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to farm fast. The problem is that you don't need it to farm fast. Like, you legitimately don't. If you're buying this at 15 minutes, we're already kind of late in the game, you know?
Let's go.
She's a fast hero, but she's not necessarily going to stay in melee range. But it is kind of good that it's basically like I'm playing Luna and I'm against some like Slark type carry who's going to beat me in this 1v1 because he's good at gap closing. He does more damage, and this is at least going to like reduce the damage I take by 20% and do some damage back. So it's going to help you beat those heroes 1v1. Like one of Luna's problems is that she doesn't have very good single target damage outside of Eclipse. Her single target damage is high, but it's not like competitive with like an Ursa Slark type hero. So hypothetically, Shard would help you win those like 1v1s, and it would still be like okay in other situations too. You know, against like illusions and shit, it would be okay. So Yeah, in cases like that. It would have been broken with attack modifiers. It's fine.
Salamene
Will it work with
Knights.
Satanic? Probably not, because it didn't work with attack modifiers. Lycan Howl. Fear no longer affects creep heroes. That would be the bear. I think. Level 10 talent. Howl attack damage reduction. Replaced with +2 Howl armor. Okay. It's pretty good. -9 armor. Level 15 talent. Summon Wolf's health increased. Sure. Horn Toss now stuns enemies for the duration of the airtime. My dog wants to get in. 1 second. So much whining. I heard you crying out there. Stuns enemies for the duration of the airtime. I mean, I guess it's just back, right? It's an Ags though. I think it's an Ags. It's not a shard, so it's still fine, right? At TI-10, you just buy like what a shard, and it was ready to go. But now you have to spend like 4,000 gold. That's fine. All stats per hero hit with reverse priority increased. Okay, +8. I mean, it's hard to compete with the skewer cooldown is the problem. What might happen someday is if people don't grab this, they're going to move it to a different level. Like level 10 or level 20, and then you're going to be able to get both, and it's going to feel good. +8 all stats per hero hit is a lot of damage, though. It's like 24 times 0.7 times the amount of heroes. Could be a lot. Marcy Rebound. Ag's Shard now also decreases rebound cooldown by 3. Okay. Sidekick reworked. I understood some of this. I didn't know it was reworked, though. I just saw that the damage and the lifesteal was decreased. Buff is now permanent for Marcy and her ally, dispellable only upon death or buffing another ally. Marcy's lifesteal now also heals her ally, and the ally's lifesteal heals Marcy, so it's kind of like Lone Druid. If Marcy and her ally are further apart from each other than 2,500 units, she receives 50% of the bonus, while her ally receives no bonus from the buff until they get closer. So Marcy basically just gets it. Just basically put it on a carry. Bonus damage decreased to pretty low numbers unless you level it up. And lifesteal is decreased. And lifesteal now reduced by 40% versus creeps. Okay. So you can't lifesteal and creeps as well. Cooldown is rescaled, which is fine because it's just like always on. It's basically 6 damage to you and your ally and 10% lifesteal. So if your lane partner, 6 damage, 10 lifesteal, not that much, but permanent. And they both get 50%. Wait. Oh no. The lifesteal is 100% unless they're far away. Okay. So kind of cool. I mean, it's nerfed, I guess, yeah, because you're not like able to like turn it on and beat the shit out of one guy together. But in terms of like lane sustain, it's kind of cool. Yeah, Marcy Morph is a great example, just like free lifesteal from Morph, pretty much. Marcy's lifesteal now also heals her ally, and the ally's lifesteal heals Marcy. So. But that does mean that the ally still gets lifesteal, right? Yeah. So it's like a better version of Spirit Link, right? I mean, it's going to really help keep her alive, which is kind of cool. You can slap, not that it's a huge percentage, but the fact that you can just put this on your carry while your carry's going ham killing people as a Marcy support while you're fighting to death with your ulti, it's pretty good. It'll definitely help keep you alive if you pick it in the right situations. As a support, it's still kind of good too, because you're going to keep your support alive as a carry Marcy, which is kind of cool. And frankly, the bonus damage is still like pretty comparable, 48 instead of 65. It's way less lifesteal overall, but the fact that you just get it constantly is kind of nice. I don't know, I think it's kind of cool. Sounds fun to play, kind of. You just like buffing people. Could be grief. No longer slows attack speed for the ulti. Talent change. Sidekick debuff immunity replaced with sidekick damage. Okay. That's pretty good. Sidekick would be this ability, so that would mean you're doing like 100 damage to with your ally. That's a really good talent. Just like a free Sacred Relic on your hero and on someone else. That's cool. Mars Bulwark. Ag Scepter soldiers now placed in a wall formation with 2 of them on either side of Mars. Soldiers attack only enemies in front of them in range and knock back any enemy they hit. Enemies are pushed to the range of the formation. Okay. So basically they knock back heroes. They don't just like sit and attack them like they did before. So it helps push people away from Mars. So you could basically like drop the ulti and push them into the wall repeatedly. That's why it's there. I think it's a nice change. It'll allow you to utilize your ulti damage a lot better. All right, I'll demo this one, but guys, I literally don't have much time left. I need to go to bed by midnight, or I'm gonna die tomorrow.
Nova could use a snack.
Like I literally can't demo every hero.
A god by any
I'm sorry,
other
but I
name.
didn't know the patch came out until 6:30, and it came out at like 5:30.
As the Pickus flies.
It's late for me.
It kind of looks
Prepare
like a
for
spear.
battle.
Go, go! All in stride.
It's actually a really big push.
To the front!
I mean, it seems good.
To what end?
It's a very one-dimensional line too. Before it was like a little bit curved. The fact that you can use it to push back is nice.
In the
Call me
service of
protector!
Salamene.
Call me death!
Medusa, 25 talent mana shield damage per mana increased. It's a little buff there. Oh, that's right. Illusions have less. I forgot about that. Meepo gains are nerfed. Keep in mind that Atos was also nerfed, so Meepo kind of got Omega screwed here because that was the common Meepo build. He can still go other things, but he's going to be really sad from this patch. Strength talent buffed. True Strike on targets for Earthbind is at level 20 now, so evasion is going to be a big problem for Meepo from level 15 to 20. Mirana Sacred Arrow max bonus damage scales, so it's worse early. Base charge restore time is worse. Better later. Boundless Strike Egg Shard now applies. Primal Spring where he lands with 50% power the max. That's pretty nice. Just a straight up buff to the shard to make it better. Could definitely help justify support on it a little bit. Because it might not do as much damage. But you're getting slow as well. I don't think it's full power. It's half, but still. Buff to Wukong's. Not terrible. Very rare case that Boundless Strike gets used, but in Wukong's buffed very slightly early game. I think this is fine, but it won't affect his win rate much. Morph Ag Scepter Rework. Thank God. Adds an alternative cast to Morph. When enabled, Morphling creates beside himself a strong illusion of the target hero that can cast all the hero's basic abilities and deals 100% of the target's damage, but takes 300%. If the illusion is alive when Morphling toggles Morph, he teleports the illusion and destroys it before turning into the enemy hero. This is like all of his past abilities. For the longest time, Morphling could make an illusion of an enemy or an ally, and then he could jump to it eventually. So he's creating an illusion next to him, a strong illusion that can't be instantly hexed, of the target hero that can cast all of the hero's basic abilities. So the hero, the illusion can cast the basic abilities and deals full damage, but takes triple. If the illusion's alive when he toggles Morph, he teleports the illusion and destroys it. So if you want the spells, I mean, God, I have to demo this. I have to demo everything. I'm gonna be here till 1 a.m. That's kind of cool. It tells you to like, hey, please level up your ulti, you moron. Wait a second, what is this?
For battle.
Why does that look weird? Oh, it's just right here. Okay. Yeah, is that a new icon? Am I crazy?
Yeah.
I'll sweep you away.
So Makes a Slark. It's no basic abilities because I am stupid.
Running water.
And then I turned into it, of course. So okay, the abilities are the same, but it does allow me to switch if I want to. Okay.
You sure?
So if I want the abilities, you can do it right away.
Don't get caught.
But also if you want, you have an extra illusion that you can use to kill. So technically this is more damage because you have an illusion. But if you eventually want to just jump around, you can. Custom Arc Warden? Yeah, sounds like that. The illusion cannot cast separately. You can't cast the illusions and then switch into and cast your version of it. They're the same cooldown. Still good, but definitely going to be better against like carries. Because the illusions will be stronger that way. You cannot switch back and forth. Once you jump into it, I think it's... Actually, I didn't check that. I think I only pressed it once. Alright, we'll try it one more time. God, kill me.
My waters rise. Scepter. Waters rising.
Prepare for battle.
This way.
Running water. My foes multiply.
What? I didn't press it twice there. I'm confused. To wait for the reset.
A fine solution.
Why is this not working? What am I doing wrong?
Right.
It's like it was bugged or something. It's not right click.
Streaming.
I think it's just bugged. It didn't work this time.
Yes.
See, this time it did it. Okay, you're right. For some reason it was just goofy.
Standing water.
So this,
Another
and then once I go here, yeah, it just goes back and forth. Okay, yep. So you can use it to escape, or damage, or whatever.
To those ahead, kneel.
Doesn't seem like it's gonna be nearly as good as the other one, but it's fine. More to the calling. If an enemy dies inside the calling, grants an additional revenant, and duration is refreshed. That's cool. Mana cost decreased too, so a little bit more affordable. Gunslinger secondary target bonus search range increased. Physical body damage reduction decreased. So I have never seen somebody buy Ags, but if you buy Ags, you can stun someone for 4 seconds and now you can kill them, even though they have damage reduction. They can still cast spells while they while you make the parting shot, but yeah. Anyways, base armor decreased by 1. That's probably fine for Naga because they made all these items do more damage to her. Yeah, I just played Morta. I literally forgot her Ags existed. I didn't even think about it. I had tons of gold too. Like I could have bought it maybe. We went super late. Probably should have bought it. Could have used it to kill people. Nature's Prophet consuming a tree spawned from Sprout with a Tango no longer grants healing. We got that. Now deals bonus damage every half second for the duration. Damage dealt in a radius affecting enemies close to the trees, both inside and outside the ring. Okay, so added Sprout damage. 6 seconds times 32. It's like 180. It's okay. Necrophos Ag Scepter upgrade is removed. That was the lower cooldown Ghost Shroud that did double Heartstopper damage. Now, Heartstopper upgrade by Ags. Health decay is increased by 60% of his current health regen. Oh. So basically having health regen on this hero gives you more Heartstopper damage. Health decay increased by 60% of his health regen. So yeah, I mean heart does sound better. I have to fucking demo every hero.
Comes the dark rot.
Does that mean if I have
Scepter.
this is a percentage, not a raw number is the problem. So that's 5. So if I buy this, excuse me. So what's 60% of 4.5? It's like barely doing anything. 60% of his current health regen. Yeah, you're right. It is only level 1. So 20 ticks here. I mean, this is less than I'm expecting it to be. I'm confused what the numbers are. Like, I'm increasing my health regen by 4.5. 60% of that should be at least like 2 damage. So what is this percentage? This is, I've only increased my percentage by like 5 here. You don't need the 25 talent. Yeah, I know when you kill heroes and creeps, you get a lot of health regen. Like you're right. But like, yes, if I kill this guy, kill him or whatever, it's gonna increase my regen a lot. And then, but like, look at this. I just upped my regen by like 50. Like 35, and it only increased my damage by like 4. It was not much. So what's going on? What is the math?
Vector of infection.
Averaging over the entire time. Yeah, Shroud is good. Oh, and yes, Ghost Shroud, that's true, yes. Yeah, Ghost Shroud would be good. 45 to 75.
No cell can hold me. Die young and leave a period.
I mean, it's cool. I just wish the numbers made sense. I don't get it. I guess, guys, we know that you can buy more. I guess this will increase it too.
I'll plague you.
That was a lot. That was a big jump.
Ah, sweet.
Why does this?
Sepsis.
What's it? It's like acting weird on the dummy target.
Run rancid.
It's working really good against Slark. I guess he just has less. Probably, alright, so probably what it is, it's adding 4 damage to both. So it's probably that it's doing more damage to him because he has a huge HP. So he's taking a bigger percentage. Line's taking a smaller percentage because this is percentage. So if this is increasing, then increase my HP regen by 44. 60% of that. But this is where the math gets confusing. Like, why is this going up by 4? Is it per second or something? And that's probably why, because the ticks are, yeah, it's the bad visualization or whatever. So I'm getting 40 regen, and 40 times 0.6 is 24 damage. So it means it's 24 damage more per second. And depending on how often these ticks are per second, it should be 24 divided by like 4, for example. Well, I don't know what the number is. 24 divided by 4 is 6. What about 24 divided by 5? That's 4.8. So that's probably, it's probably something like that. 4 ticks per second? Okay. 24 divided by 4, 6 per second. It's about right. And there's magic resistance, so that's probably why the number's lower. So this tick increase is per second. So yeah, having more regen. I mean, this is cool. This is really, really cool. It makes the ulti kills mean so much more, which is a bit of a bummer if you're bad at it, but I think it's a really cool change to the hero. I'm very into this. Makes Ags, I mean, you have to buy Ags, I suppose, but makes Ags a really cool way to play the hero. 0.2 second intervals, yeah, that should be every 5. Alright, Night Stalker, Crippling Fear now does magic damage. Cool. Always? Okay. You could farm with this. 15-second cooldown, 6 times 40, 240 AoE damage right there. Even level 1 is like not bad. 25, it's like 112 damage or something. That's actually a really 50 mana for 112 damage. That's a night. It's not bad. Dark Ascension refreshes cooldowns of non-ultimate abilities on cast. That's excellent. Really good with the Shard. You could Crippling Fear into Crippling Fear, basically. It's incredibly good. Yeah, nice buffs. Hunter of the Night, status resistance buff, too. Spiked Carapace, Reflect Increase. Cooldown is better and worse. Worse and then better. Vendetta bonus damage is nerfed. Duration increase, better. Unrefined Fire Blast damage is mega decrease, but it also deals damage equal to his strength bonus. Okay. And now also affected by the level 10 talent. That's really nice. I tried Ogre Axe the other day. It didn't feel very good. But 1.5 times this. I mean, if you have... What's the math really quick? 125 divided by 1.5. So if you have 83 strength, then Unrefined Fire Blast does more damage than before, which is pretty likely. And just getting the talent is already going to make a big difference, the Fire Blast talent. So I think this is nice. Definitely nice to the hero. Omniite Purification cast range is up a tad. Heavenly Race renamed to Repel. Oh my. No longer grants bonus strength and health regen. Now grants bonus strength and health regen per debuff currently on the unit. Now only applies to the target, not to Omniite as well. No longer applies Strong Dispel. Now grants debuff immunity for the duration of the effect. No magic resistance. Duration decreased to 6 seconds. Cooldown increased. What? Holy crap. Is this an ultimate? 45 seconds? What? What a weird spell. Bonus strength and health regen per debuff currently on the unit. Okay. Only applies to the target. No longer applies a strong dispel. But it gives you a shitload of health and regen. Grants debuff immunity for the duration of the effect. Which means that you can't be like slowed or stunned, basically. But you don't reduce the damage they take by half. And the duration is only 6 seconds. This is a big change. And the cooldown is amazing. With that said, it is a BKB. You are BKBing your allies. Other than the whole like damage reduction, but the damage reduction is effectively there because you give them strength and regen. So, and it doesn't dispel, so whatever debuffs are on them will increase their health regen. So, I mean, it's worse for sure, but it is a BKB. But it's a 45-second BKB. And it's 6 bonus strength and HP regen per debuff. You can get roared with BKB, but you cannot get roared with Repel. What? Why not? Because it's debuff immunity and not just spell immunity? Does that mean it's only a real BKB? Is it dispellable? It is dispellable. Alright, and Heavenly Grace duration replaced with Purification cooldown talent. And then Purification cooldown talent replaced with Repel strength and regen per debuff. Which used to be at 20, now that's Repel duration up to 2 seconds. Okay. That's true, it can't be nullified because it's got debuff immunity. Okay. Very interesting change. I mean, core Omni is probably still fine with this. In some ways better. I mean, Purify is a little mana intensive to like lane with, but you can abuse it for sure. Oracle Purifying Flames heal per second increased. By a little bit. Total heal is barely increased. That's fine. I mean, Oracle has a good win rate, so I'm not surprised he didn't get buff much. Astral, Ag's Shard, ally movement speed increased a little bit. Essence Flux, Ag's Scepter now fully prevents the damage that would put his health below 20%. Okay. And the Scepter max mana as barrier increased. Okay. So the Ag's is just better. Sanity's Eclipse applies a mana allergy debuff to enemies for 7, causing them to take damage every time they cast a spell equal to the mana cost of that spell. So it's kind of like Nether Ward. OD is healed by 100%, 150% of the mana spent by enemies. Wow, that's just like built into the ulti now? You just cast it at the start of the fight and you're going to get healed by it? Unless the right clickers, then it owns, then it doesn't do anything. It's pretty good. Anti-storm, yeah, sure. Yeah, good point. Just use it on spellcasters and fight them to the death, basically. And if they cast spells, they have a bad time. Because he'll get healed. Seems cool. I like it. Definitely adds better brawling to the hero. Pengler's Shield Crest no longer damage reduction. Now grants a barrier. Okay. So, something to dispel, I suppose. Lucky Shot no longer disarms. Now adds attack speed reduction instead. I think that's a much better way to deal with it. Disarm was just like too good. It also makes it less good against Roshan. Roshan deals better with attack speed reductions because remember he's good against Enchantress more than he used to be, I think. So, yeah. At least attack speed reduction, you're still like attacking a little bit. But like if you just get procced for Lucky Shot for 4 seconds, it's kind of busted. Shield crash reduction per hero is more bonus. Alright, that's fair. Yeah, this is definitely going to affect Pango a little bit. Early game, it's probably better. Because 200 barrier is quite a lot. But Phantom Assassin Coup de Grace reworked. Okay. Refines her combat abilities, acquiring a 20% chance of gaining deadly focus buff with each attack. While she's focused, her next attack will deal a guaranteed crit with the normal damages and consume the buff. Stifling Dagger has a 40% chance to gain the focus. If that lands, a guaranteed crit may also activate a deadly focus buff, making consecutive crits possible. Okay. 20% chance of gaining the buff with each attack. Okay. And the duration is 6 seconds. So it's kind of like you're playing the odds. You're attacking creep waves, basically. And you can see when the crit is ready. So basically you can better plan your going in. So basically laning this hero is going to be very different. So if you can actually like lane sustain her, she's probably going to be way better. So maybe instead of like a hero that's kind of like, I need to get out of the laning stage to go jungle to farm like 2 items and then kill people, you could hypothetically be like a fighting carry a little bit more viably because you could better control your crits. Hit creep waves, get last hits. Oh, my crit's ready, throw a dagger on an enemy hero. Go back to last hitting, go back to last hitting. Oh, my crit's ready, throw a dagger on an enemy hero. So if you can get lane sustain, it's probably pretty valuable. Does dagger count? It does. It has a 40% chance to gain it. So it's better chance to gain it with dagger. But obviously it's not really ideal because if you gain it with dagger, then you have to attack them afterwards. So you'd have to use Blink Strike to go attack them, or they'd have to be in melee range. So people are probably going to have to monitor. It's kind of like Slardar, where you have to like monitor whether or not they're about to crit or something. And finally, random crits won't ruin her CS. Yeah, that's a good point too. You'll know when the crits are going to come. Canceling the attack removes her buff. That's not good. That needs to be fixed. And you can dispel it. I don't think this should be dispellable. They're going to have to fix that. You can see it on his head. Okay. You can't insta-crit without prep. You also can't crit sports by just throwing 1 dagger without prep. Okay. So basically you have to be recently hitting, and this only lasts for 6 seconds. So you have to like hit a creep and within 6 seconds jump on an enemy. But you could also just like jump on an enemy and hit him like 5 times and have a chance to crit, you know. Keep in mind, by the way, that this chance is higher than it used to be. It used to be a 15% chance to crit. Now it's a 20% chance to gain deadly focus. So over the course of like 10 attacks, her chance to crit is, or her damage is just higher. So can you triple dagger? What do you mean, like triple dagger crit? Like what probably happens is the first dagger will hit somebody. It has a chance of gaining deadly focus. If it does, then the next one will crit. But each crit has a chance to also gain deadly focus. So your first hit will never crit, but every other crit afterwards could happen.
Hooray!
Thank you for the sub, Zeg. Phantom Lancer, level 10 Spirit Lance damage decreased. And the cooldown reduction is worse too. So a little bit less like Ag spam. Phoenix, Icarus Dive, damage interval decrease. So it's going to do more damage over time. It'll damage faster basically. And then Fire Spirit, same thing. So it'll like burn more quickly. Sunray applies a stackable 2% mischance on debuff on every tick of damage. Cool. And the duration is refreshed with witchy. What are they called? Oh my god. Quest Esports will be happy about this. Because Kaori played Phoenix all the time. He's very good at it. And same for Supernova. It's more like regular fire damage. It's going to look cool. It's like burning people. Makes Shard much better. That's true. Because it does a slow as well, right? So you're slowing people and applying mischance. Oh, and of course mischance means people can miss the egg. And that's every 0.2 seconds. So over the course of 1 second, you're giving them 10% mischance. So 2 seconds, and the duration's 5. So that means if you hit them with like a full sunray of 5 seconds, that's 50% mischance. So you can basically sunray somebody for 5 seconds. Or 6 seconds, more or less. Get them up to like 50%. I guess you can never like get above 50, but still that's really good. It's pretty cool. I like that. Pulverized bonus damage per hit decreased a little bit. It was pretty good. Rock Throw now provides an uproar stack per each enemy hero hit. Hell yeah, I'm into it. That means you can throw the rock and then with Ags blink in or charge in and use it more effectively. That's cool. Magic resistance during trample is buffed. Upper armor per stack buffed. Trample attack multiplier decreased. Puck phase shift. Ag shard bonus damage increased by 15. That's a lot. Dream Coil Ag scepter rapid fire attack right now mirrors his attack rate. Okay, that's scary. They keep attacking enemies that are stunned by breaking the Dream Coil's leash. Okay, and once the stun ends, they can probably get out. But still, nice buff to Ags here. If you do want to go that build on Puck. Pudge Meat Hook instantly kills illusions. Can cast stun on Pudge. It's now removed if the hook finds a target. I don't know what that means. Cast stun on Pudge. I mean, when you throw it and it hits somebody, you can move more move quicker. But if it misses, you're kind of like stuck, I think. You can walk as soon as you hook. Okay. Removes the cast back swing animation. Okay, gotcha. It will make hook and ult easier on blink heroes. Alright. Pug Netherward base damage is buffed. Queen of Pain, Shadow Strike, cooldown decreased. Not bad, 13. Scream of Pain radius up. Sonic Wave damage is up. Damage gets gradually applied over 1.4 second duration of the knockback. Okay, that's cool. Knockback is now undispellable. Okay. And cooldown is decreased. That's cool. Razor Static Link, now upgrade by Ag Shard, increases cast range by 150, adds alternative cast to Static Link. Toggled on. Pulls Razor and his Link target toward each other at a rate of 100 units per second. Cool. The pull stops if the distance is less than, if it's basically melee. Alright, so you can buy Shard to cast at longer range and to better chase them, more or less. It's going to lower their movement speed. I mean, your gap closing can be 200 units better. So it's basically like 200 MS for you. And for them, it's 100 movement speed slow. So that's pretty good. Against the right heroes. Much better chance to catch. Storm Surge, bonus movement speed is worse. Ag Shard is now part of the basic ability. 18% chance when attacked. Okay, so it's like old Storm Surge. Or whatever the third skill was. And always when targeted with a spell to release Forked Lightning. Yeah, they just moved it back to the old one. I mean, it was cool. You could basically like stand in a creep wave and nuke. Dealing 45 to 150 damage. Slowing movement speed. I don't know, man. This hero's gonna be fun. You don't really need static link. You can probably go first skill and third skill, and just have a lot of AoE damage. You can probably farm really fast on this hero right now. Talent's level 20. Talent Storm Surge movement speed replaced with bonus damage and slow. Okay, so you're gonna be slower as a hero for sure. You're losing 5% plus the talent, which was insanely fast. But you're going to make up for that by being able to buy Shard to gap close if you want. And you just do more damage built into Storm Surge. Like if somebody casts a direct spell on you, you're just going to nuke them for 150 damage and slow them. This is how Razor used to function. You could play him, if you played against like Skywrath Mage or something, it just sucked to play Sky because he's just going to nuke you back. There's a lot of heroes that'll worry about this. Alright, Ricky, a hero that has been forgotten ever since they changed his Shard. Base armor decreased by 2. Base damage increased by 14. Bro, he's getting destroyed. Strength gain decreased. Base agi increased. Agility gain increased. Okay, so they're finally like making him an agility hero again. I mean, he was, but like his agility gain was atrocious. So that means he's getting... he lost 14 damage here. He lost 2 armor here. He's getting less strength per level, so he's going to have to buy more strength items. This is kind of like how he used to be. But he's gaining 12 damage here. And he's gaining just under 2 armor. So he's basically losing 2 damage, a tiny bit of armor, and more strength gain. But his agility gain is also going up. So he's just going to do way more damage. Armor's the same. Is it 6 for 1? Is it 6 for right now? Yeah, maybe you're right. I can't remember. They changed it. It was 6, then they changed it. And now it's back to 6. Anyway, so same armor. And slightly less damage. He's going to have way more attack speed. That's 12 more attack speed, by the way. It's 7 agi? Ah, fuck. Okay. It is. So I was right originally. And then the agility gain is 1 extra per level. So he's gaining 1 more damage per level than he had before. So by level 3, you are equal damage. Way better on attack speed. These base stats are just like a big improvement, basically. Except for the strength gain, I guess. And then Cloak and Dagger numbers are reduced because the ratio is like too busted for his new agility gain. But his agility gain should be his high stat gain now. So basically Ricky Carey is just going to be better now, most likely. Reversing the stat changes from 7 to 3. Okay. Rubic Telekinesis Shard bonus throw range decreased. You could kind of throw your allies a little bit too far. Arcane, I love this image, by the way. It looks so good. Arcane Supremacy cast range decreased. Probably needed. It was very good. Sand King Sandstorm now constantly moves towards Sand King at a speed of 100 movement speed. Okay, so that means that you can burrow in you can Sandstorm in one spot, but if you move to the edge, it'll come towards you. So if you're playing like a coward and standing on the edge, it's going to recenter towards you. The downside means that like defending like a tower is worse, but anything other than that, it's just better. Because Sandstorm, you use it and you usually run after a guy, right? Now the Sandstorm will come with you. So the Axe is just going to be better. And the spine radius now equals 10% of the Sandstorm's current radius. Like before you'd get Ags, the radius would go up, and the chances that the Burrow Strike would hit people would go down as you leveled it. It was better actually with level 1 Sandstorm, which didn't make sense. So it's just equal now at all levels, I think. Decreased from 65 at all levels to now scaling. So basically it's gonna feel equally as good at all levels now. And there's a 15 talent that increases the radius. So big buff to Ags Sand King, and frankly just buff to Sandstorm alone. You can use Sandstorm more often. You could pull it between camps a little bit. That's great. And then Epicenter base radius replaced with the plus 100 base radius and 25 incremental radius of Epicenter. I'm confused. Where was this? Level 15 talent increases the radius. Oh, because it's based on the percentage of the current radius, and thus by increasing your radius at 15, you're increasing the radius of the Burrow Strike spine radius by a little bit more. Okay. So if you're going Ags, you definitely get Sandstorm radius, without a doubt. You might want Burrow Strike stun, though, because the Ags does Burrow Strike stun, or stun duration, I think. Okay. Ag's Shard effect now triggers every 2.5 seconds instead of every 700 units moved. Okay. Oh, I forgot about the Shard. This is a little bit safer because you don't basically have to mess around with all this movement shit. Instead of playing like Primal Beast running in a circle, you can just like play Sand King and you just have damage, which I think is a nice bonus. Keep in mind that Epicenter Pulse slows attack speed by 60, movement speed by up to 50. And if it pulses every 3 seconds, or sorry, 2.5 seconds, but it lasts 3, that means that you're basically always getting an attack slow and a movement slow around you, which is pretty sick. You could go Ag Shard on Sand King with Ashivas, and you'd be lowering attack speed by 105. That's a shitload. Kind of cool. Kind of viable. And that just triggers if there's a hero there. You can be stunned. You can be rooted. Doesn't matter. Shit's going to trigger. So, I think that's amazing. I'm into that. Sand King sounds fun. Some damage mitigator attack speed. It gives away your position. Do I care? I don't give a shit. Just get tanky. Get tanky. Let them cast their spells on you. See what happens. Alright, cool. I got ads in 4 minutes. Shadow Demon, level 20 talent disseminate shared damage is buffed up to 15%. That's huge. So I think it does like, oh God, what is it? 35. So 50%. 50% amp damage amp, which is bonkers. It's like actually such a good spell, guys. Is a 50% damage increase on the guy you cast it on. You can cast it on an ally, and the damage they take, 50% of that will be they'll still take the damage, but it'll also reflect it. Incredibly good talent. The 20 to the right one. Requiem, Shadow Fiend base attack range increased by 25. Requiem scepter damage on return increased. Better Ags. Okay. Ether Shock mana cost is better by 10. Hex now amplifies damage the target takes. Ooh. By up to 20%. Duration is up massively. Hex is so much better. Okay, yeah, the mana cost went up a lot. I forgot it was only 50 mana at level 1. So it's 110 mana for 2-second hex, 5% damage. Not a big deal, but I mean, this 20 later is really good. And then the cooldown is 12, but worse at early. Okay. Totally forgot that they made hex better at level 1. We all saw Puppy play it. Every Ed Masters. It did not go well. Shackles buffed. Okay. So Hex just like a better laking ability. 2.9 second disable. Amplifies damage. That's good. Silencer Glaives. Ag Shard now silences all targets hit if Glaives bounce. So it'll bounce once and then silence both. And then Glaives Wisdom damage replaced with Glaives of Wisdom bounce. Okay. That's probably better. This like 10% Glaives damage increase is so bad. The bounce sounds way better. Would better allow you wouldn't necessarily want to go like Silencer Carry or something and like wait to 20 to get some Glaives bounce, but I guess you get it with the Shard, right? Doesn't it bounce? Maybe it doesn't. 25 talent, 2 Glaives bounce replaced with Glaives damage. Okay. Okay, Skywrath Mage, Arcane Bolt, Ag Scepter now creates 2 additional bolts instead of 1. That's huge. Means rushing, like playing Sky as a core and going Ags makes way more sense because you just instantly be getting 3 bolts instead of 2. And then they replace this talent with bonus Arcane Bolt spell lifesteal. The other nice thing about this is that by creating 2 extra bolts as soon as you get Ags, it means that not only do you have a better chance to spell lifesteal through it or whatever you're going through, it also makes your Shard better. Because your Shard only works well with your ulti, but this makes it doubly good with Ags or with the Shard, which is kind of nice. And then level 15 talent a little better too. Oops. Keep dropping this. Got ads in 1 minute. Slardar Slithering Crush cast point improved. Puddle duration 7 seconds. Puddle duration with Ag Scepter increased to 25. Okay. And passively grants bonus damage when in the water. Just bonus damage. That's really solid. So if you use Slither and Crush for 7 seconds, you have 40 attack damage. With max bash. even with level 1 crush, by the way. This is just like really nice quality of life changes. Like really good. Slark depth shroud linger duration decreased. Oh shit, we got ads. Alright, ads time. We're almost done. It's 11 p.m. I should check for a bounty board just in case. Nope. No bounty boards. I used them all. All right, 2 minutes left. I'm just gonna do a brief scroll. Oh my god.
Hooray!
There's so many left. There's so many left. Oh my god. There's so many left. Oh my god. Oh. All right, we got a minute left of ads. I think we'll continue. Slark. Depth shroud. Linger duration decreased, sorry. So if you were in the depth shroud and you got out, you will not be invisible for half a second. That's a nice way to nerf it, I think. I think this is great. Half a second is a lot of duration. It basically means depth shroud is just like half a second less. So it's only 3 seconds max instead of it being 3.5 before. It's really good. Snapfire Little Shredder. Fixed damage per shot is buffed. Mana cost is nerfed. The 20 talent is now Little Shredder multi-shot. Oh, okay. This is a better way to do it, actually. This makes her way less viable as a core. People will be sad about this, but basically you can apply Little Shredder to 3 heroes at level 20. Which is kind of nice. It's still a lot of damage. I mean, it's what, 6 attacks? You're still doing 600 physical damage to 6 different targets and lowering their armor by 3. Not that much, but still 3. The downside is that you can't like solo kill people until you hit 25. So you can't transition into this like right clicker monster at level 20. But you will be able to Little Shredder nicely. So support's going to be still pretty happy with this, most likely. If you want to like attack a tomb and also hit other heroes with it. It's still good. You could also use it to like push creep waves and stuff really effectively. But yeah, definitely a little bit more dead as core snap for sure. You won't transition as well. Like you're still, especially with like the Atos being nerfed, like your transition into this like, you're not like good at every frickin' stage of the game anymore. Basically. Sniper Assassinate now also performs an auto attack on the target. Cool. Damage decreased by a little bit to compensate for this. It's now refreshed whenever Sniper kills an enemy hero. This includes all kills by Sniper, not just ones from Assassinate. Okay. And the mana cost is 175 at all levels. So this is basically just to encourage people to actually skill and use this ability as Sniper. It performing an auto attack is fine. Yeah, late game, like, it's not difficult to do 250 damage, so it makes sense they reduce the numbers like this. So basically it's going to do about the same damage. It's also going to be less magic and a little bit more physical, right? Because before it did, like, lots of magic. Now it's going to do a big chunk magic, but your physical damage will be included as well. And you could also proc, like, a Maelstrom on it or something. It also means, like, if you go a Deso build, it's arguably better. Because you will be killing people from range with a Deso, which means you could get damage increase. You tried it with Ags. Yeah, you could get Rapier. That's a good point. Rapier with Assassinate. That's a really good point. Daedalus Divine. Yep, those sound really good. Silver Edge after firing the shot would for long range break. I don't think that works. Because once you cast the spell and shoot it, you'd have to go Silver Edge afterwards, I think. Because if you're Silver Edge and then Assassinate, by shooting it, you will break your invis. Can you still use smoke to dodge the ult if he shoots an auto attack with it? Yeah, most likely. It'll probably apply the attack when the ulti hits. So, but yeah, definitely could do some cheesy stuff for sure. Is Ag still the same? It does, yeah. Definitely makes the Ags look better potentially. But the problem if you go with Ags is that it doesn't really increase your damage that much, and whereas before it was like making your ultimate a lot more effective. I haven't seen somebody buy Ags on Sniper in a long time, but with the right items it definitely could be good. But generally Sniper cores will buy a lot of attack speed right now just to utilize your headshot damage with take aim. Assassinate's kind of just not a good DPS tool over just attacking more quickly. Attacking more quackly. Deal Sniper attack damage plus bonus damage, which implies it's all magical. No, it doesn't. Dealing his attack damage means his attack damage plus bonus damage. So there's also bonus damage. No? Plus bonus. The bonus damage would be the magic damage. No? Anyways, I'm moving on. Base strength for Spectre is decreased. Shadow Step is now an ultimate ability. This says damage type magical though, that's why I'm confused. Anyways, my assumption is the part magic, part physical, but Shadow Step ultimate ability, haunt damage is 40 to 80%. That's the illusion. Haunt damage taken is 200%, duration 567. Cooldown's 80, 60, 40. Okay, so basically Shadow Step, the single target haunt, is a much lower cooldown. The haunt damage is fine. It doesn't cast a spectral dagger on the target, but basically you can move around the map more quickly. Shadow Step was kind of good because you got a dagger on it, so you can kind of just use it to like jump in and kill people and double dagger them. But the fact that it's lower cooldown and allows you to gank is cool and makes the hero much more viable as a gank hero. Some like Orchid or Echo Saber or like ganking build could be way more viable with this. Reality has a 3-second cooldown, so you can't just like jump around chaotically. Cast a spectral dagger on the target, which is cool. So if Shadow Step is on a hero and you reality to that illusion on that hero, it will spectral dagger that person. So basically your ultimate is just straight up better now for like your level 6. Once you hit level 6 on Spectre, so much better. Before you'd have to haunt, reality in, and then dagger them to hope to kill them, and it was 180-second cooldown. That sucked. Now it's 80-second cooldown, and once you reality in, you do the dagger. The downside is that your haunt doesn't go on every hero on the map, and it doesn't automatically spot them. So if you want to rely on Spectre as a spot everybody on the enemy team hero, and a team fight, everyone's haunted and has to deal with it now hero, the hero is not as good. But in terms of like solo ganking, the hero's good, and it still does like global ganking too. So it will be easier to gank the hero certainly on the map. Whereas normally what happens is like you gank him, he presses haunt, and he like jumps to the guy that's farthest away from everybody else. Some carry farming in the jungle and gets out. Now you can't do that. So Spectre will be easier to gank, but your gank is better. I think this is a nice improvement. 40-second cooldown late game is really good. And now you don't have to go ags, so you just probably go some like, I don't know. Some like Manta build. Manta Echo Saber or something. Maybe Diffusal. Probably kind of bad. But maybe like Echo. Could be good. Echo Orchid. I don't know. As a support, you prefer this. Yep, exactly. They won't be able to spot you instantly. Spirit Breaker, Charge of Darkness, charge bonus speed decreased. Worse early, same later. Greater Bash chance replaced with Greater Bash damage, so you can get that earlier, and the 25 talent is Greater Bash chance. So up to 37% chance to bash at level 25. Could make carry like late game Spirit Breaker a lot better. The problem is that most people, this kind of hurts Spirit Breaker though, because you can't get the Charge of Darkness bonus speed and the Greater Bash damage, which you kind of wanted. Bulldoze 500 all damage bear. Yeah. You probably go, I don't know, Greater Bash chance. Spirit Breaker transitioning into like a right clicker for bashes is not really like much of a thing. It's really about like charging through and ulting and stuff. But his BAT is really bad, so, but maybe this would encourage SBs to play more as like a carry late game with like right clicking and bashing. Storm Spirit Ball Lightning damage from Ball is decreased 2 at all levels. That's going to hurt. Stormhammer Radius is increased. And God Strength now gives you slow resistance. That's really nice. So you don't have to worry about slows quite as much for the 35 seconds that you use it. Techie's Reactive Taser can now be detonated via Detonate Taser sub-ability at any time during its effect to end it with an AoE explosion. Oh, that's really nice. So now you can actually play around it a little bit better. Sub-ability replaces Reactive Taser for the duration of the buff. It's unavailable for the first half seconds to prevent accidental detonation. Good, good, good. Cooldown is increased slightly early. Yeah, it's just a buff. Pop that shit. Hopefully they attack you. You basically don't have to plan so well about how to use it. You can jump in with your blast off with this going and then pop it afterwards to disarm them when the stun ends, which is cool. So better control with the disarm here. I think this is a nice quality of life change for techies. Templar Assassin Silent or Tramp damage tick interval is faster, and the bonus damage goes up. Terrorblade Metamorphosis, casting meta now ends Demon Zeal prematurely. Okay, they reworked it. No longer dispels Terrorblade. Bonus attack speed, movement speed increased to 100. No longer grants double bonus to melee units. Okay. Now creates a 1200 range aura around him, which provides Demon Zeal buff to his illusions. Duration increased from 7 to 30 seconds. Cooldown increased up to 60. It can no longer be cast while under the effect of meta. Casting meta or Terror Wave ends it prematurely. So it's basically a shard that's supposed to make your hero good without meta. And now basically it's only usable without meta. Doesn't dispel him. He gets 100 attack and movement speed. And it applies to his illusions. And the duration is 30 seconds. So if you have a bunch of illusions, you can run around at like 450 movement speed and attack for 100 extra attack speed. You do lose HP though. And if you don't have lifesteal, that's going to hurt you. If you want to use it and then go run at your opponents and sunder them, you can do that. I could see people using this because if they have a Satanic, they can just basically pop this shit all the time to farm. 30-second duration, half downtime, not bad. I could see carries actually finally buying this. Can't use it in team fights though. Unless you're melee. Tendrils of the Deep are removed. I'm fine with that. Dead in the Water. Yeah, Tendrils was like okay, but it was just a little boring. I just never bought it. Didn't really quite fit the hero super well. Tidehunter throws a chain that leashes an enemy hero to a heavy anchor. Attempting to move more than 350 units away from the anchor reduces their movement speed to 100 while dragging the anchor behind them. The anchor can be destroyed with 5 hero attacks. Initial chain deals 200 magic damage. Has a 1000 travel speed and can be disjointed by a blink or whatever else. Ability removes invisibility. Provides fog of war vision on the target. Okay. So basically you just get to see the hero the whole time the chain's on them. And they're visible. Cast range 350, which is pretty short. Duration 10 seconds. Mana cost 80. Cooldown 25. So it is a single target anti-mobility nuke that leaves vision, 5 hero attacks. I mean, it's great to cast on supports. Can it reduce Lycan's movement speed to 100? Is that true? Prisoner from Han. Single target Dream Coil. Blink only removes it if it is flying and they blink to dodge it. Can stop Spirit Breaker. Sure. Yeah, I mean, it seems fine. It's just like another slow with a nuke. 10-second. What's the cooldown? 25. That's pretty long. It's fine. Looks good in some cases, yeah. Gush talent damage reduced. Crack and shield damage block replaced with +4 crack and shield damage block per anchor smash kill. Heroes that die under the effect of anchor smash. Okay. Counting kills before the talent was learned. That sounds fun. So be a part of 10 kills and you get it. Anchor smash affects buildings. How long has that been back? I don't even remember. Seems fine. Can I try the Dead in the Water? Nope. I'm gonna dodge. I'm sorry. Timbersaw base damage decreased by 3. That's good. The hero had way too much damage. He also kind of bought Atos sometimes. Reducing his damage is kind of needed because his base damage is good and he had spells that worked well. Spell Amp talent replaced with Whirling Death stat loss. That was needed too. So his 15 talents just kind of suck now. Tinker's strength gain is nerfed. Heat-seeking missile mana cost is up. Rearm mana cost is up, so that means less combos typically. Laser blind duration replaced with radius. Did anybody get that? I don't think anybody got that. The laser radius can be good though, because you can use that to farm better. Like better, because that's how you kill creep waves until you get Shivas. So, but I just don't see Tinkers skipping mana cost, mana loss reduction. It seems too good. And then 25 talent, heat-seeking missile, mini stun decreased a little bit. Okay, so just a little bit of nerfs to the hero. Grow provides slow resistance. That's really nice. That's actually amazing for Tiny, Carry, and Core. So good. I remember like Tiny against like Scotty heroes just always kind of felt bad, but now that seems great. Good for Tiny. Doesn't care about sticky ground stuff. Just keeps walking away. Kind of a cool, just, oh, it's like a cool feature in the game. Slow resistance, just like unique thing like, hey, these couple heroes are going to be good against slows. I think that's really cool. Tree and Protector now considers Nature's Grasp vines as trees. The search radius is increased as well. Okay. So now basically you can use Nature's Grasp and walk forward invis if you have Shard. It's kind of spooky actually, because now like you're gonna get Nature's Grasp from trees because they want the bonus damage, and for all you know, Tree and Protector's like lumbering down that path, ready to punch you and root you if you have Shard. It's kind of spooky. Still bad, but what? I mean, it's not as bad as it used to be. It's going to be easier to like gap close and get that punch in, because the Shard is just kind of like, it's felt kind of useless for a while. All right, Rampage ability is removed. Sorry, is that the Shard? I think. All right, both Whirling Axe abilities are now accessible at the same time. Casting any of them automatically switches him to the form of the used ability. Damage rescaled for the axes, so it does more damage. You can farm with it better. Then Fervor now upgradable by Axe Shard. Increases max Fervor stacks by 4. Grants him 20% plus 3% chance per Fervor stack to fire an additional ranged attack to any unit within the ranged attack range. Plus 175. Okay. So that's going to increase your farm speed by a lot. It's a Shard though, I guess, right? But it's a 20% damage increase. Like, this is just like Ags on Gyro, or yeah, like more to just seems good.
To the massacre.
Prepare for battle.
Let's do this. I don't know. Anyways,
For victim.
dummy target. Not that you probably should. Oh. So that's not having shard. Whoa, that seems pretty good. Seems so good, actually. Because we're at 16. 16 times 3 is pretty high. 16 times 3 is 48. So we are talking about a 68% chance to throw an extra attack out per attack. That's huge. It's always hitting somebody else. It's never hitting the same guy, so it's not as good as Muerta. But in terms of the case that Troll's often hitting like one guy and everyone else is like, oh, this is cool. This is a nice change. In fact, we could also probably do this in ranged mode. Like, makes this so much better. Obviously your BAT is slower, but if you do want to do a ranged mode, it's possible, you know? Just so much more viable. I don't know, this shard seems really good to me. Maybe it's just a bad example because this is like a lot of fervor increases or whatever, but I don't know. That seems really good. Can I proc attack modifiers?
I call the shots around here.
Yeah, let's check.
Hate shall burn you down.
Prepare for battle.
This way.
It does. Yeah, Maelstrom's gonna be really good. Maelstrom Deso, you buy all these items. Satanic, Lifesteal. Maelstrom over Battlefield, you think? Yeah, I mean, you can proc that too, though. JK, that doesn't cleave. I guess Maelstrom, yeah. It's pretty good. Yeah, that shard's really good. And it being that little gold. Okay, where are we at? Tusk. Tag team now passively grants Tusk a 20, 30, 40, 50 attack speed slow aura within 350 radius. So, oh, passively? That's great. So it's just on and it slows attack speed by 20 to 50. That's really good. Means like playing Tusk as this like fight to the death type guy is going to feel a little better. That seems really solid. Kind of worth it just to get one tag team at least. 20 attack speed slow, that's just there with the talent or with the skill. Like you could definitely do some like Tusk offlane thing, I feel like, with a Vanguard and just fight. Because 20 attack speed is a big difference. Underlord, Firestorm is nerfed. Extra now allows targeting allies. That's cool. And then Pit of Malice just does like a bunch of burning basically. Cast point for Pit of Malice is better. Firestorm burn damage talent slightly nerfed. Undying base damage decreased by 4. Decay 13-second cooldown. Solar mana cost decreased. That's fine. Yeah, people haven't been getting solar that much, but yeah, the decay was kind of busted. 13 seconds. That's rough. That means you're not going to have as many decays on people before you try to kill them. Blood grenade. Blood. Oh my god, I can't talk. Blood grenade got nerfed. Less respawn time or restock time, and base damage increased by 4. That's like 1 less decay advantage over your opponent too. So that hurts. Ursa, kind of in a bad place, was picked occasionally when it looked like the best Ursa game ever, and it only sometimes worked. Agility gain increased, more armor, attack speed. Overpower now grants slow resistance. That's fine. I'm into it. And then enraged status resistance talent increased from 10 to 20. This was kind of needed. That number always looks so bad to me. It's not updated yet, at least on my client, but I know that Ursa Enraged does 50%, I think, right? So it increasing by 10% is technically like 20% more status resistance, but that just didn't really feel that good to me. The other talent was what? Earthshock Prize Furious Swipes, yeah. It being 20% now looks better, because now you go from 50 to 70 status resistance, which is a lot extra reduction. The 20 Furious Swipes damage talent's nerfed, and the -2 Earthshock cooldown replaced with Earthshock Radius. BSJ is very sad about this, because he likes spamming Earthshock while applying the Furious Swipe stacks, but possibly still viable here. Yeah, the Earthshock Radius is actually kind of sick at 20. Because if you get the applies 2 Fury Swipes, and you get the Fury Swipe reset time, and you just like jump into a fight and Earthshock everybody, I mean, they're getting they get damaged lightly. They all get slowed for like seconds. And then if you eventually try to kill them, they've already got 2 Fury Swipes on them. It's kind of cool. You just like spam that a little bit. Oh, Earthshock has 2 charges at 25. Okay. That looks great. Then you can just jump in and like double slam people, and it offsets like you losing Fury Swipe damage talent at 20. That looks kind of viable to me. BSJ's build is arguably just better, I think. Oh no. Vengeful Spirit. Where are we at? Vengeful Spirit BAT increased by 10. That's pretty good. Wave of Terror also reduces the enemy's total attack damage by 15 to 30%. Total, it says. Is that base and green? I mean, the skill's getting better and better. The skill is actually so good at level 1. 25 mana for 85 damage. Reduces your attack damage by 15% and lowers armor by 3. It's so good. It's such a good level 1 ability. Level 4, 30% damage reduction, 6 armor, 130 damage. That's fine. But level 1, so good. Nether Swap enemy damage talent up to 200. Maybe it's worth it. 200 damage. Then talent Wave of Terror armor reduction up to 4. Like, this base damage increase with Ironwood branches and Wave of Terror trading, it's not bad. You could use it to get a last hit, harass your opponent. They're harder to last hit with. They lose 15% damage. It's like 9 damage for a 60 damage hero. It's not the worst. Like, you can actually trade pretty well with this hero. Can she still steal damage? No. That Shard's long gone. She still has like attack range problems, but she actually does have a lot of damage right now. And Wave of Terror is just becoming a better level 1 ability, so I don't know, it kind of works. But she kind of needs level 2. You kind of have to go like stun level 1 to trade. But if you can get away with like Wave of Terror level 1, it's kind of sick. Because you can secure range creeps and stuff. And trade decent, like really well mana-wise. Anyways, Venomancer talents. Level 10 Poison Sting health, regen reduction decreased. Okay. Veno's the hero I keep thinking about when I think about the slow resistance thing. Like Poison Sting is just going to be worse. Much worse. But eh. Alright. Viper Strike. I think Viper is actually in an okay place in the previous patch. I kind of stopped playing him. I played him a lot at the start of the patch. I think he's okay. Genuinely. You can apply poison attack while people are BKB'd. And then the moment it ends, they have like 5 stacks on them and they're like, oh shit, I'm dying. So that part's good. His ultimate's way better. The cast range, which is great. So you can gank side lanes. The cast range was like 700 or some shit. Yeah, it's 700. You can just walk into a lane and Viper Strike a man and they're like, oh shit, he got me. And then you kill him. That's really good. The duration is up by 1 second now. The attack slow is better. So if you're ulting a carry, you can just kill them and they can't kill you. The damage per second is decreased by 10. Who gives a shit? You got 1 more second of ulti duration. So that means instead of doing 400 damage, you're now doing 420. So the ultimate does more damage and lowers their attack speed by more, and the slow lasts longer. And the projectile speed has gone up, so lower chance of destroying it. It's just better. Nosedive cast range is better. This is a big deal, actually. The cast range always felt way too low to me. Whenever I would buy it and use it, it would like not go as far as I expected. So that's good. And then, okay, I was wondering if it'd be universal, because Viper would have been the best universal hero in the game, because he really does like buying all stats. Become universal is going to be like an insane amount of damage, frankly. I guess if you go some like Kaya build, that's not good. But if you're going like, I like BOTs. I don't think Atos is good. If you can get away with some shit like this as your early game items, this is very strong. The movement speed is really important because it helps you basically gank and stuff, but some shit like this. Anyways, if you transition your game, do some shit like this. I don't know, BKB. Sell this, buy like that.
Thrust ahead. With malicious.
And then buy some like late game, I don't know. I don't know what you're buying late. I like buying Dagon sometimes, actually. It's not the worst. Oh shit, look at these stats. Aghanims? Yeah, I could run Aghanims. Like, look at your stats, actually. Your stat gain's pretty solid for Universal. Alright, I'm going from 198 damage. I went to 355 damage. It's pretty wild.
Swoop the battle.
So it's kind of like a... It's a damage talent, is what this is. That's all it is. That's all. It's just a damage talent. But considering items like Scotty are kind of good with it, it's okay. Almost always you go this. This talent is really good. This one can be good. This one, I don't know. Viper Strike DPS is pretty good, especially because it lasts more time now, lasts 6 seconds, but 150 base damage, yeah.
Yes.
So the universal talent would basically help you be like a competitive carry in the late game, pretty much. It's good.
It is my spirit that keeps me safe, and not mere
We're
armor.
at the bottom, almost. A couple more. It's 11:30. My God. Oh my God. There's so many left. Fuck me. Okay, Visage. +1 armor corruption to Visage and familiars replaced with +2 grave chill duration. Okay. So grave chill lasts longer, and then Visage and familiar movement speed replaced with the armor reduction. Okay, so worse physical damage at 15, but grave chill lasts longer, and at 20 you lose movement speed, but you get the minus armor, which is -3 armor. Kind of bad for the hero. That's kind of weird. But I guess at least grave chill lasts longer. It makes you better as a support too, I guess, because your 15 talent is a little bit more impactful. I don't know. The hero need a nerf? Is that true? I mean, we just picked a little bit, but not that much. I'm a little surprised, but I guess it's fine. It's a little baby nerf, I suppose. Void Aether Remnant Ag Shard now makes non-hero units take 30% abilities damage every second they spend on the Remnant path instead of 1 instance. Okay, so you can basically farm with this and push creep waves because they'll stand there on the shard. That's fine. Phase duration decrease, so less time spent phased out. Good and bad. Better chance to do damage with it. Worse to evade and to buy yourself time. Ag Scepter base charge restore time is decreased. Okay, so this is a buff. If you buy Ag Scepter, it's a buff to Void Spirit, and then basically buff to Spellcast Void Spirit, nerf to right click Void Spirit, and then Astral Step mana cost decreased. Charge time is buffed. Alright, Warlock, one of the heroes unpicked at Riyadh Masters. Fatal Bonds, units that die while affected by Fatal Bonds now spawn an imp that lasts for 15 seconds. Just always. That's cool. That's really good. Use it on a creep wave, kill the wave. Imp stats improve with each level. Ag Shard also increases the level imps by an extra 1. Imps can't be controlled and chase after nearby units, favoring heroes affected by fatal bonds. Upon reaching a target or dying, imps explode, dealing up to 180 damage to all enemies. Seems really good. Explosion deals 50% less damage to non-hero units. Imps don't spawn from denied enemies. It just seems good. Fatal bonds is just better. In no way is it worse. Things that die spawn imps. Imps reach a target or die. They explode, deal damage. And that damage, by the way, would then deal more fatal bonds damage. It's actually pretty. Could really be cascade really well. Seek targets in the radius and attack the nearest building if there's no valid targets. Imps don't explode while attacking a building. Okay, so their damage is only good for attacking buildings, basically. Otherwise, they just explode. So this is mainly their damage, but yeah, they can also attack. Isn't it worse before upheaval spawns imps before anything dies? This is fatal bonds. We ain't even gotten to upheaval. Fatal bonds just got better. It adds imps now for nothing, which is better. You just cast it. Imps spawn. They run out of heroes. So if you basically use this right before a creep wave dies, for example, it's just going to spawn imps and run at your opponents. Or you could spawn it, or you could just cast it, clear the creep wave normally, and your opponent kind of has to walk away. So, upheaval with Ag Shard now summons imps from the current level of Fatal Bonds, sharing the same stats and changes. So, basically, the imps are better if you have Fatal Bonds max first. Okay. Golem has slow resistance, that's great. Mana cost is rescaled to be better early, worse later. Alright, just straight up adding stuff to Warlock, basically. In almost no way is this worse. Weaver Ag Shard upgrade rework. Now procs Geminate attack 0.2 seconds after exiting the Sakuchi invisibility. And also procs an additional attack if Weaver has the 25 talent. +1 Geminate. Procs still search for marked enemies. Okay, so the way it worked before is you would Sakuchi through and mark everybody, and then if you started attacking and Geminated, it would hit everybody that was marked. Now, it's automatically going to Geminate 0.2 seconds after exiting invisibility. That's basically it. So basically you're adding a Geminate attack to your Sakuchi. That's it. So it's worse as a farming tool, but better in almost all other situations. Because you're just adding an extra attack to Geminate, or to Sakuchi. But I'm not sure I'm into this. I feel like it's worse. It's like Ag's Lab. Sakuchi talent, damage is buffed. It'll Geminate twice with 25. Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like this is worse. It's worse for farming. I kind of liked it before because you could use it to farm quickly. But so this should do a Geminate attack on all of them.
Prepare for battle.
I don't know, man. This sucks. Like, you can stop invis by attacking. I mean, yeah. So I guess if you want to do more single target damage to a guy, it's better. That's true. That's a good point. The old shard, so that was one of the downsides of old shard, is that if with old shard, it would hit the other people that didn't get Geminated directly. So this gives me more single target damage. Actually, it's worse AoE damage, but it's better single target, which is arguably better. So before, if there was like 2 enemies, I would Sakuchi both, and I would attack one guy, and they would both get Geminated. But now, I'm getting bonus Geminate on one guy. Right? Oops. was two. That was 3 total attacks that I just said. So Shard should help you solo kill people because it's adding an extra Geminate attacks. Now, if you are entering a fight like this, I just did 3 attacks to him instead of just 1. So honestly, Deso's got to be good on this hero. Is my hunch. And like these kind of items are kind of probably insane right now. Before, you wouldn't really want to do these because they were like too glass cannony, but the fact that Shard gives you a second Geminate is kind of bonkers, I feel like.
Creep and crawl.
Because you could just like break invis and like fuck a guy up and then gain damage, and it goes up to 30. So you could really snowball from this. Whereas if you don't have Shard, that's only a double hit breaking invis, which is not that powerful.
Yes.
So it's not bad. It's worse for farming, certainly. That's the problem to it. You can't just like do this and like hit everybody. It just does it once per Sakuchi. Whereas before, you could basically mark them all, and you could get at least like 2 Geminate attacks off that would hit everybody. So it was better for farming before, which is the way that I saw it. But the reality is that it will increase your kill potential in a big way. So you can't crit though, right?
Weave.
Yeah, you can't crit or apply Deso really. But the guy you want to kill is this guy. You'll hit him with the attacks anyway, so you can crit and Deso on that guy.
Yes.
Kills most non-heroes in 1 proc anyways. Shard attacks don't proc though. I think it's normal that shard attacks won't proc. That's fine. But the big benefit is that you are getting 1 extra attack on the guy you're killing, or you're trying to kill. That I am basically going to do a buttload of damage to this one guy. Oops.
I must.
So, I don't know. It's fine. It's good. If you're using Sakuchi to chase heroes, you're going to get more attacks in. You're going to get way more solo kills on supports, that kind of thing. I think it's a buff, for sure. It's definitely a better shard, because solo killing on Weaver is definitely going to be important. Especially if you go like a Deso build, if you manage it. Okay, Wind Ranger talents. 15 talent Wind Run cooldown reduction decreased, so Wind Run is worse, harder to get low cooldown. Keep in mind Wind Ranger got hurt really bad by the Atos nerf, so if this all feels mild, it's not. Atos really screwed Wind Ranger here. That was like the best stat item she could get. And it fit her skills too. The Shackle Slot duration talent is buffed, so one people don't get. And Focus Fire advanced cooldown kill nerfed a little bit. Alright. So those look mild, but the Wind Run one matters, and the Atos nerf matters. Winter Wyvern. Max HP heal per second is increased by a little bit. Sure. Winter's Curse. Winter Wyvern can no longer deal physical damage to units affected by Winter's Curse, so core Wyvern's kind of shitty. Affected units now take 30% more magic and pure damage from Wyvern and units under her control. Okay, cooldown is decreased. So they don't want you to play Winter Wyvern mid and to do physical damage. Revenant's Brooch, Winter Wyvern. Okay, that's a good point. You could go Revenant's Brooch, but it's kind of... You're kind of like finding a way around this problem that's not necessarily viable, is the problem. I mean, yes, you can buy Revenant's Brooch and like kill the guy you Winter's Cursing, but like, how are you getting Revenant's Brooch if you haven't been killing people with Winter's Curse all game? I mean, you can still deal damage with Splendor Blast and with Arctic Burn damage, but certainly a lot of Winter Wyvern was doing the other stuff. Doesn't this just like... Well, they take more magic and pure damage. That's true. Like, it's just straight up a monster buff to support Wyvern, because whoever's Winter's Curse is just taking more damage. So your Splinter Blast does 30% more damage, and your Arctic Burn does more damage. And if you're playing Core Wyvern with universal damage bonuses, you just don't do damage through your ulti, so those numbers are not as good. Veil and support. That's a really good point. Veil Wyvern sounds great. Because your Winter's Cursing them, they're taking 30% more damage, and you're also dealing like 18% more damage from the Veil. So yeah, Veil Wyvern sounds excellent if you catch them in a curse and like blast them and stuff. Sounds good. And the heal percentage is a little better. So yeah, that sounds good. Cold Embrace, a Ag's Necro. Does that sound good? No, that's like heal. I don't think that counts as regen. Witch Doctor strength gain is nerfed. Bounce, delay, and cask is reduced. So that means it will bounce faster. It's going to sound very different. But that's a big deal because that means worse chance that you're going to be able to run away when the cast starts bouncing. It's more likely to just catch you guys. Death Ward now deals pure damage and pierces debuff immunity. That's a big deal. And the damage is reduced, but it should be fine. It means this is going to do way more damage late game, arguably. Because heroes in the late game typically have more armor. So that's nice. The attacks can now also bounce to creeps. Heroes are prioritized. Cool. So if you ulti to, I mean, it just bounces once, right? Right now. But you could use it to kill creeps if you wanted to. It's not good though. Duration's only 8 seconds. But like if you ulti, it's gonna damage a hero and also like kill some creeps too, which isn't bad. And you could use it to kill creeps if you wanted to. I think it has to hit a hero first though. It's not piercing BKB. Okay. Voodoo Switcheroo, attack speed reduction increase, so it's made worse, and the mana cost has gone up. So interesting. I haven't played Witch Doctor in a bit. Wraith King, Vampiric Spirit. Skeletons now deal 25% more damage to heroes. Okay, and the armor is increased by 2, so they'll live a lot longer. Less, more effective against flat cannon and Battle Fury type stuff. 25% more against heroes. I mean, if you want to go some like drum AC Wraith King build, it's not the worst. Vamp Lifesteal talent is buffed because nobody gets it. And then Wraithfire stun duration also buffed. What's the stun duration right now? 1.6. It's pretty good. That's more stun than it used to do. Is that true? No, it was like 2 second stun and then it could go up to like 2.5 or something. I don't remember. But yeah, not bad. Like 2.5 seconds of stun. It bounces to every unit in range. Oh, that's really good. Is that real? It seems too good. The end is near. We'll demo it really quick. I mean, the skeleton stuff is gonna hurt in lane, but it's gonna do more than that too. Let's see if this even hits. Yeah, it only bounces one time. Bounce range is less than the regular range, it looks like. I mean, it's fine. If you have Ags, it does everybody, though. I bet.
Well, well. For what?
So yeah, if there's like a hero... It'll hit him first and then all the creeps.
More like it.
A twisted path.
It's pretty sick.
Wither away.
I mean, it's a 60-second ulti. Definitely bounces faster. You're gonna farm way better, actually. Yeah, Witch Doctor Core actually might be viable. Because you can like easily kill creep waves with this shit. Actually, especially if you get the cast bounces at 15. Switcheroo can farm waves. Yeah, that's true, actually. You can also do that. Yeah, Witch Doctor Core sounds more viable, without a doubt. Between cast killing creep waves faster and Death Ward, you could use it to kill stacks if you want. It's not going to be great, but you could use it to work on stacks or just kill heroes. Voodoo Switcher could be used to kill stacks, like for pushing. You could use it for pushing, but it's probably better like if there's like a stack neutral. Once you get Ags, you can definitely use it for stacks and clearing. And yeah, you kind of need Ags to clear the stacks. But Strength Gain's worse, but Core is a little bit more viable for sure. I don't know if it's going to be that viable though, but it's more viable. Right, we did Wraith King already. Yeah, we did. Yeah, Skeletons is better. If you have Shard, you spawn Skeletons. You can always spawn Skeletons and pop a drum or have an AC, make your Skeletons attack fast. There's good things with Skeletons. I feel like Ags on Witch Doctor comes late. I mean, you could go like Core and rush it. You can go like mid Witch Doctor and buy it. It's an option. Get it faster. You could definitely get there from mid. Wraith King win rate up by a lot? Huh. I mean, they have 2 more armor, so they'll tank and push longer against creeps. That part's big. You can get their lifesteal up to 60% now. So 2 more armor, 10 more lifesteal. Good work, decent. But yeah, more damage against heroes. It's probably helpful. Alright, Zeus Thunder God's Wrath is nerfed. Now also deals damage equal to a percentage of their HP. So that's huge for Zeus. And Lightning Hands is now toggleable, so you can turn it off if you want. For whatever reason. 10% of somebody's HP, that's huge. Means if they have 2,000 health, it's 200 damage. So, very good. If they have 4,000 health, 400 damage. Very good. Alright, that is the patch. Knocked that baby out in about 5 hours, not too bad. Tomorrow, in fact, in about 6 to 7 hours, I have to wake up. I'm going canoeing with a friend on a river. So I will not be streaming tomorrow. Probably. Thursday afternoon, maybe. Like morning, afternoon. But I have plans already for Thursday evening. So we will see. Thanks everybody for watching. I'm going to run ads again. And then I'm going to go to sleep. I'm very tired. I have to make sandwiches in the morning. And pack a lunch. Brewmaster, biggest winner. Yeah, Brewmaster definitely got some W's here. It's a cool patch. I'm excited to play, for sure. Definitely lots of heroes that I like playing that got buffed. I'm down.